Okay, I'll go ahead then, Brian.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and on behalf of the board, I'd like to welcome everyone for coming to today's meeting, and thank you for the time out of your schedules to be here. We appreciate it. Since we're now experienced in this business of virtual meeting protocols, we're not going to spend a lot of time on that, but if you need assistance at any time, please contact the staff, Brian Jones, Leslie, or any of the staff by text, email, or a phone. If you need assistance, they'd be happy to assist you. I believe their numbers are also on the website if you need that. In addition, there's an excessive list of instructions on the second page of the agenda, which you might want to read over if you're going to make a presentation to the board. Regarding the process of the meeting itself, I think the way we've been handling these meetings has been satisfactory, so we intend to proceed as we have been before. Our board clerk, Brian, will be moderating these proceedings from a technical point of view, and he, as well as Leslie and Michael Wright and other members of the staff, will assist in fielding questions or comments from the public, and we'll be able to address those on a first come, first served basis. You can either advise them you want to speak, or by text or email, or you can deal with the chat room if you feel comfortable with that. We're pleased to have your presentation in attendance. Second, following each presentation, I'm going to ask for comments from the board members. Bring it back to the board after the public is completed, and then we'll try to identify those who want to speak, as I say, on a first come, first served basis. After we've completed the public testimony, I'll bring the matters back to the board for their questions and final actions. If the matter is an action item or is simply an informational matter, we'll move on. You should be aware the meeting is being recorded and will be housed on our website as the other streaming videos of our meetings are. We'll probably be taking a few breaks during this meeting to give our reporter as well as the staff a break and to catch up. Our break for lunch will be, if in case we need it, it will be about 30 minutes. The breaks normally will be about 15 minutes. At this point, I'm thinking that we will take a break after the core items, item 8, and for the DWR items, item 9, probably take another break after board item 10C and before board item 10D. And finally, for the board's benefits, at the end of the regular session and before the closed session that we're having today, Ryan will probably have a break before we start the closed session. Ryan will place a sign on the screen at the break times telling us when the board will return. We have a full agenda today, I think, and it does include some interesting items. I've been informed that we do have a closed session. I'm anticipating recessing the meeting today around 1, and then completing this closed session around 2 or 2:30. Regarding the items themselves, under item 3, Vice President Dolan will be presenting the minutes of November 20th, which you have received, I believe, for your approval. We have a consent calendar that has 7 items on it. The staff has informed me they want to remove item 5F from the agenda. CORE has not had an opportunity to review that item. We don't have a CORE letter from them on that regard, so we'll be removing that item 5F from the agenda. All the other items are in order, and we have received CORE item letters on all of those items. Therefore, unless anyone on the board when the public wants to remove or discuss one of the remaining items on the agenda, items 5A, B, C, D, E, and G will constitute the consent calendar this morning. Item F, as I said, is going to be removed and brought back at a later date. Consent calendar will be voted on with a single motion and second and disposed of as one vote. Again, that's items 5A, B, C, D, E, and G. Item F is being removed. Item 7 is a legislative report. Darren indicates there's nothing really to report at this point, so we'll skip over that item. And then under item 8, core items, we have the inspection reports that were postponed from the last meeting that will be before you and ready for your review. After the core items, we'll be taking a break, and then under item 9 from the Department of Water Resources will be presented, and there are 2 items under that category. Under the board items 10, we have 4 important items which are listed on the agenda. And finally, our usual executive officers reports, including the informational staff reports for the board review. And we'll also have our normal board comments, committee updates, and calendar. As I've said before, we do have a closed session today, and we'll handle that the same way we have in the past. That is, the board members will log out of this platform, WebEx, and we'll go to a special Zoom meeting, which Leslie has already given you a link for. And we're trying to get to that closed session by about 1 o'clock. So this meeting should be interesting. Let's proceed. As you're probably aware, the welcome, introductions, and announcements item is item number 1 on our agenda. Take care of the opening and welcoming remarks. And Leslie has an introduction of a new employee this month. Leslie, why don't you go ahead with that?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. I do have 2 staff announcements for the board. One is that our board counsel, Sarah Backus, is going to be returning to the board from her assignment at CDPH, and she will be back with us on February 8th. So we're very happy and pleased to welcome her back. Our senior engineer, John Tice, is going to remain with CDPH for an additional round of contact tracing assignment and to meet our quota for staffing. We have also sent one of our analysts, Teresa Stern, over to take the next 6 months. So we're happy to welcome Sarah back. We also have a new senior engineer, and you will be hearing from him later today. He does have an item before the board, Michael Zalazzo. He was hired as our newest senior engineer specialist in the Plan Implementation and Compliance branch. He has 10 years of water resources and project management experience. He's been on both the public and the private side, and previously had a stint with both the Department of Water Resources and the Public Utilities Commission. So welcome, Michael, to the staff. And those are my announcements, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Leslie, and welcome, Michael. I see you on the Zoom schedule, and we'll look forward to your presentation later on. Members, we're on item 2, the roll call. Brian, could you call the roll to make sure we have a quorum to conduct our business, please?
Thank you, President Edgar. Board Member Griego.
Here.
Board Member Johnson.
Here. Good morning, everybody.
Board Member Ramirez.
Here.
Board Member Valines is absent. Board Member Countryman.
Present. Good morning.
Vice President Dolan.
I'm here.
And President Edgar.
I'm here. Thank you, Ryan. We have a quorum present. Mr. Valines is going to try to join us for the closed session. He's not here for the regular session. Okay, we're on item 3, the minutes of November 20th. This is an action item of the board. Ms. Dolan, our vice president, has this item. Jane, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've reviewed, and so has staff, the minutes of November 20th, 2020. I think they're right. I'm looking at all your faces. Are we nodding? Can I make a motion? Okay. I move approval of the minutes of November 20th, 2020.
Have a second, please?
I'll second.
Oh, thank you, Mary Jane. Moved by Dolan, second by Mary Jane. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's a unanimous vote of those members present. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Members, we're on item 4, review of the agenda. Leslie, you want to review the agenda and any matters that I may have missed?
You always do a very thorough job, Mr. President. I would just note that the item F was a change of circumstance. It wasn't just an inability of the Corps to review. There's a new haul route that's needed to be evaluated. So that was the reason for the last minute change.
That was an addition to the item that we had originally done. Is that right?
The 19531, item 5F, just
Yeah.
that you've already noted. Just wanted to say that that was not, that was due to change circumstances.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we're on item 5, the consent calendar. As I said earlier, consent calendar has 7 items on it. We're taking off item 5F. So the consent calendar this morning consists of 5A, B, C, D, E, and G, 6 items this morning. Do the board have any questions on any of those items? Okay.
No, it just looks like Glenn County got off a lot of federal money for bridges. And it seemed to me the consent agenda was all up in Board Member Grego in my territory. If you have any questions, I know where they all are.
Okay, we have
approve it.
wait a minute. Let's ask for comments from the public. Just 1 minute.
Sorry.
Are there any questions from the public at this point? Ryan, do you see any, or Leslie?
I see nothing from the public at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll accept a motion from the board at this time. Was that you,
Move to
Joe?
approve.
Oh, thank you. Moved by Countryman, seconded by
Dolan.
Dolan. Members, all in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's a unanimous vote of the board present, moved by Joe Countryman, seconded by Jane Dolan. Thank you. We're on item 6. Public comments not on the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an item that we place on the agenda for items not on the agenda for the public to address the board. Are there any comments from the public at this time? You see any, Ryan?
I see no comments from the public.
I don't
No
have
comment?
anything, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we'll move on to item 7, which is the legislative report, and Darren Suen has informed me that there's nothing to report on this item this morning. He will have a bigger report next month when he has a better sense of what it will be pending in both the legislature and Congress. Members, we're on item 8, the Corps of Engineers items. These are the inspection reports that we postponed from last time, and at this point I would just call on Juan Gonzalez to make his presentation regarding these 2 items. Juan?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. So, okay, we are starting with the RE 784 report. And so,
Yes.
Can you put that in?
Yeah, we have that on the screen at this point, your presentation.
Okay, great. So,
You see it?
we're talking about, yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, great.
So President Edgar, members of the board, appreciate the opportunity again to be able to be in front of you guys and speak to you guys about levy inspections. And we hope to do this more frequently. And so today we're here to talk about the RD 784 Plumas Lake Basin levy system. Again, my name is Juan Gonzalez. I am the chief of the inspection section with the Corps of Engineers in the Sacramento District. So if we go to the next slide here, we'll see a map for orientation of where we're at. We're in Yuba County, and we're looking at a system that's about 28 miles long. It's on the left bank of the Yuba River at the top. It goes along the left bank of the Feather River as it goes down, and then it also aligns with the right bank of the Bear River down at the bottom of the screen, and then it goes along the right bank of the Western Pacific Interceptor Canal. So that's the urban system that we're looking at there. And then we can go to the next slide. So in that map we showed there was 5 segments that were inspected, and so the columns here are each of these columns on the right hand side are representing a levy segment. And so I just want to first point you guys to the large pink box on the left top hand side. And so we're obviously looking at the 784 Plumas Lake Basin levy system. Through this inspection, we did identify some items that rated the system as an overall unacceptable rating. At the current time, we don't have an approved LOI or a SWIFT plan in place, and understand that that there is an LOI that's on the agenda today, and we expect to receive that soon, and we're prepared to move forward on that. And so, as a result of currently not having an LOI or a SWIFT and an unacceptable rating, we're currently with an inactive status on the system. And I guess a couple things to point out here. This is a little bit of a different scenario that we've had in the past, where systems in the past have been unacceptable due to ratings on individual items that were likely to prevent performance in the next flood event, and it's typically identified with the red unacceptable note there at the bottom. But here in this case, what we're seeing and what we saw in the field is unacceptable observations that were previously noted during past inspections, and they hadn't been corrected or they hadn't been fully addressed, and so those items became pink, and that's causing the unacceptable and inactive status. And so, you know, items that are affecting PL 8449 rehabilitation program eligibility. Encroachments is the driver for that, and we have, I believe, 12 encroachments throughout the entire system, throughout the 5 segments that were identified as unacceptable during the inspection. We're going to go over some examples of that in the next slide, but before we do that, I just want to point out that you know, obviously vegetation is not impacting eligibility here, so the focus of the examples are not on vegetation. And then the other thing I want to talk about is, of the 12 items that are causing these yellow-pink observations, 8 of them are utility poles and overhead power lines, and then 4 of them are pipe penetrations through the levee. And I think it's worth noting, you know, you can look at this table, you can see the obviously the number of, you know, the 15 items that we looked at when we were in the field for each of the segments. There's a lot of acceptable observations that were made, and therefore a lot of the ratings here on this table are showing just that. If we can go to the next slide. Perfect, thank you. And so we're looking at 4 pictures here. Top left, it's overhead power lines. It's a little bit hard to see the overhead power lines in the picture, but you can see the utility poles on the left and right-hand side of the photo. These poles are permitted as the overhead power line is, but what we're looking at here is a scenario or condition where the poles are not meeting the permit condition. Per the permit, we're supposed to have poles that are 10 feet off each of the levee toes. And so we're looking for compliance with that permit, or potentially a modification to that permit to be evaluated and permitted. Top right photo, it's a little bit hard to see what we're looking at there, but I can explain it. And so when we were out in the field, we identified a marker on the ground that identified a fiber optic cable that runs perpendicular through the levee. We were told that it actually runs adjacent to and parallel to the railroad. And so you can actually see in this photo, there's some stakes that were staked out for the alignment. RD784 has been working with the fiber optic company, the utility company, to identify the exact location, and they've been working with trying to remedy this situation. This Sprint line's currently, excuse me, the fiber optic line is currently not permitted, and so they're working on getting that permitted. The left photo, you can see the photo is taken from the crown looking down to the land side. There's a marker there near the hinge on the right-hand side of the photo. This is a observation for a sewer line that's passing through the levee. In this case, the sewer line is permitted. And one of the things that the O&M manual asks for, operation maintenance manual requires that pipes that penetrate through the levee are in good condition. And so this one has actually been pressure tested in the last month or so. And I think, yeah, in the last month or so, Patrick with RD784 has given me that information. So this one actually has been changed to acceptable rating in our database. And then the bottom right photo, the gas line, again, penetrating through the levee. Per the O&M manual, we need to understand that the pipe's in good condition. It is permitted. And so we're hoping to get the information, pressure test information on that one as we're waiting on other pipes to also get similar information for. And so with that, that's the last slide I have there. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, are there questions from the board at this point?
Yes.
I have a question.
Joe?
If you could put the slides back up. Please. This upper left slide, the first one you talked about, what exactly is the threat to the levee here?
So there's kind of two components to this. The utility poles themselves are within the real estate easement. And so they were originally identified as unacceptable yellow, which is not likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. And so we're pointing to the fact that we've got a permitted utility pole that's not meeting its permit condition.
Are the poles in the levee itself, or are they in the outside the levee section?
There's one on the water side, one on the land side. They both, in this picture, it's hard to tell, but I believe they're actually at the toe or within the toe.
Wow. And on that, you base an unacceptable rating for the levy. That seems to be a little extreme to me.
We do need to ensure that the levy is going to perform as intended. And so as part of our permitting process, we do run our, the permit applications that come to the board, they do go through our engineering and are evaluated to ensure that they're not going to impact the levy performance. And so that's what we need to get done here.
Wow. I'm speechless. Go on.
Through the chair.
Yes, Mary Jane.
Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez. I just kind of want to go through I want to make a statement and ask some questions. The PL 84-99 is a great program, and it helps a lot of the, smaller districts, and this particular district is a small rural community as well. And I know that because I live here. And the program, the 8499 program, basically, if you're within compliance of these, this criteria, that if there's high water and there's damage, then you're eligible to receive money in order to fix these things. And I'm being very broad and general as it relates to this program. So please don't get me on the specifics. But this 784 was taken out of the program as of late December. The process with the letter of intent and then to go through the SWIFT. So this, takes takes time. This process does, but I think that board member Countryman kind of hit it on the nail as far as looking at some of these exceptions, because originally this write-up on this district, there was a lot of exceptions, and all the while Three Rivers is making improvements to these levees. So they're ticking off, one after the other, but they come down to this easement portion of it. And these are where you have to deal with these third parties like PG&E, water districts, the railroad, infrastructure with technology, all of that, where you're kind of like at the mercy of somebody else taking care of this. And so it just, I understand the reason behind having this criteria. But I think that we really need to evaluate, when we see a district making movement in the right direction, trying to resolve this, and these types of issues, as far as easement comes up, that we should make some extra steps to try to alleviate this, being taken out of this district being taken out of this program. The other thing I want to say is that I'm new to the board, and so I'm going to take some liberties here, because through the few months that I've been on this board, I've seen where the Army Corps makes inspections, the Central Valley makes inspections, and the Department of Water Resources makes inspections. And so I'm not sure if this has all been flagged the same. And if it isn't, is there just a different criteria that you base your inspections on? I'd like to know. So maybe you can answer that.
Sure. So we the Corps, I'll answer the last part of the question first, and then we'll go to the first part. But the inspection criteria, we've had the same inspection criteria. What we do is we look at the operation and maintenance manual that is applicable to the project. We look at it from a levee safety perspective, life safety perspective. We want to ensure that the levee is going to perform as intended. We take a holistic approach. We look at everything that's over, under, or through the levee, including items that are not part of the flood risk management project. And so that includes encroachments. I understand that the board may not do everything, may not inspect everything that we inspect, and I don't want to, I'll let the board inspector speak to that, but we do take the program pretty seriously. We want to make sure that the levee's going to be performing as intended in the next flood event. And in terms of encroachments that were identified during this inspection, these are not new items that were flagged. These are pink because they were previously identified under a last inspection. So 8 years ago, these were known to be unacceptable. They were known to not have an understanding of the pipe penetrations, right? And so the ONA manual from the 1950s asks for a clear understanding of the pipe conditions. And so we need to be able to get there. We need to be able to understand, through video inspection, through pressure testing, some means to understand that these pipes are not going to fail. We're talking about pipes that are 60, 70 years old maybe. And we've certainly seen pipes fail in the past. And so we certainly don't want that scenario in an urban area or in any levee, really. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I want to thank you for that. And of course, we want to see this maintenance, fit into this criteria because of the reasons you just stated. It just, when you have a third party, as I mentioned, and you were talking, I think this is a wastewater plant or pipe that you were talking about. What's the motivation for them to hurry to do whatever the work is, whether it's relocating poles or wires or infrastructure like pipes, or assuring that these pipes are up to standard, when in fact the whole community is actually being penalized because of their lack of action. And so I just think that we need to look at another means of making these utility districts comply, because it's the community that suffers. And generally, it's the poor communities that suffer the most because they're barely getting by on this maintenance that is required by the state and the federal and the local governments. And yet here we are penalizing whole communities with the threat that if there's high water and damage, that bill is on them, or they have to go through a very difficult process of trying to find money to correct the damage that high water creates, because they've been kicked out of the 8499 program. So I just want to bring that to the forefront. I want us to think about it and to figure out what it is we can do to try to make this a little more friendly process and being there for the benefit of these districts instead of the detriment.
Can I speak again?
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
What's confounding here and disappointing to me is that in previous instances, when the Corps brought examples in of things that were unacceptable, they clearly showed risk. They clearly showed potential things that could cause failure to the levee. Those utility poles just outside the levee section don't really show that. There's no, significant threat of levee failure. Why did you abandon your criteria of unlikely to cause failure in the next event? Why did you get rid of that?
Joe, thank you for the question. We didn't abandon, we haven't changed our criteria. This was flagged as an unacceptable item in the last inspection. It was a likely not to influence the next flood event, so it was shown as yellow in the last inspection. In the letter we sent with that previous inspection, we indicated that any yellow items that are not addressed within the time frame, which was 2 years at the time, we're going to be changing to unacceptable pink and would cause the system to become inactive in the rehabilitation program.
I think you're using a hammer to kill a mosquito, and I don't like the direction you're going with this. But
well, one thing, I want to make sure that I understand exactly what there are 4 pictures here. The upper two relate to encroachment into the right-of-ways, and as Mary Jane indicated, we have to deal with a third party to deal with those issues. But the bottom two photos relate to the condition of a pipe, actually pipes going through the levees, and they've been essentially proven or tested and proven to be up to standard. Is that correct?
Yeah, so anything, and
So,
I would add.
So the two issues that we're talking about are the two top pictures. That is the distance away from the toe of the levee. That's the only deficiencies you've shown. Is that correct?
All three of these show encroachments passing over, under, or through the levee. We've got each four of these are crossing the levee perpendicular. Some of them are permitted, but the top left one is permitted, not meeting its permit condition. The fiber optic cable on top right is not permitted at all, and it's just passing through the project. And so there's a difference there.
Those are the two outstanding issues, though, because you just said the bottom two have been tested and they are acceptable at this point. Is that right?
No, just the sewer pipeline on the bottom left has been tested. The bottom right gas line, as other gas lines in the system, have not been tested.
Okay, so the bottom left one is really in compliance at this point. So we're talking about three photos?
Correct.
Okay. Well, any other questions from the board at this point?
Through the chair, I just want to let Mr. Gonzalez know I understand the importance of this program. I truly do, but I am a recipient of two major levee failures. So I understand why there's this criteria. I just think that before you, I don't know who we need to talk to about this, whether it's legislative or otherwise, but, looking at these communities that are making headway, and like I stated, there needs to be some process to deal with these third parties that don't feel that there's a need for action anytime soon, in order to try to keep these small communities or even large communities within this 8499. And I just wanted to bring the subject up in order for us to think about these issues as it relates to how it affects the community. So thank you for.
Mary Jane, the way to deal with that is to cover this with an LOI or a SWIFT, get this stuff resolved, and will be covered for. I mean, I don't know. I guess the board has to approve the LOI or SWIFT, but we'll talk to Paul about that in a minute.
I just wanted to note that when I saw this item on the agenda, I did reach out to the general manager, Patrick, and talk to him. So I wanted to make sure that I disclose that too on the record.
Yeah. Okay.
President Edgar, Vice President Dolan also has a comment, I believe.
Okay, Jane.
Yes, I do. And I associate myself with all of your remarks. And thank you, Board Member Griego, for giving a better perspective to this. My comments are, number one, it seems to me that it needs to have a line that indicates efforts that have been made. These kind of charts seem to report that the district or the local maintaining agency have made no attempts to correct. Number two, we keep saying it needs an LOI. I just want to remind you all, we approved submitting the LOI letter with an agenda item on our consent. So this report needs to change that it's been approved and it's through the system. But we can't control how long it takes the Corps to go from LOI to allowing the SWIFT to be prepared. And I just want to say, as someone else who is from a rural area, the amount of effort that small communities with modest tax base have made since the late 80s to make improvements has been monumental. And these pictures show a very modern levee. And I just to say that PG&E's wire across it is going to affect the levee makes no sense to me. I don't think it makes any sense to people who are living within 20 feet of that levee. And there's a lot of them. We have a lot of hearings on fences, so I know how close homes are there. But the other thing is, for those of us that live in areas of devastating fire and a lot of challenges to PG&E, if there's an expectation that PG&E will move one pole, even in a 6-year time period, with what they're facing to restore power to hundreds of thousands of people, is fantasy. And these third-party entities have their own third-party inspections. A city sewer system has to function daily, and they are inspected on a very regular basis. I see the one in my neighborhood on a monthly basis, and I know the ones at the plant have to report daily to someone else, not us. So these things have to function, even if they are old. They probably have been repaired. So maybe we should. I can't believe that we could get regional water quality control boards, the PUC of the state of California, inspection divisions of for fiber optic and telephone to now start sending all these reports to us or PG&E. And I think there should be some note that when there's a third party, that their inspections are done by their third party oversight and not the flood board. And so if there's a way that we can all work together to demonstrate efforts and true danger, I think that's a better method. And Mr. Countryman is exactly right. Some of the other photos that we've seen in prior inspections showed huge erosions and divots and pumping plants that hadn't been maintained for a long time and were caving in around, the levee was caving in around them. And then I see this one and I go, oh my goodness, what a good levee. Congratulations to Cholla and all of those folks who made that big leap to tax themselves. There should be some recognition of the effort that has been made. So at least I'm making it, and I think the board is as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Any other members from the board? Okay, let's open it up to the public. Last time, Mr. Paul Bruner signed up. I imagine, Paul, you want to make a comment?
I do. Good morning, Bill, Edgar, President of the board, and other board members. I do have some comments to make. I was actually hoping to go after Patrick Mayer, who's the general manager of the system. But
well, that's okay, Paul. If you want to defer to him, I just remembered from the last item you had signed up. So if you want to proceed another way, that's fine too.
Well, since I'm talking in here, why don't I go ahead and make my some brief comments and then let Patrick talk a little bit. I have listened to, for the record, I am the executive director for Three Rivers and have been participating with all the levee improvements that we've done since about 2006. And so we've engaged quite a bit working directly with RD784. Since we were formed in Three Rivers, which really initially our goal was to fix this particular RD784 system, and it's the area where there was a flood in 1986 and then 1997, and Yuba County's been impacted significantly from flooding. So the county and the RD did place a major emphasis to remove flooding issues. It's also the home of the fraternal case. So we pay special attention to flooding, and they do care about it. And so my organization was formed to fix that. Since 2004, we have spent probably maybe in excess of $500 million fixing this urban levee system. Quite a significant investment. A lot of it is with state funds that we work together, and that has, I think, resulted in a very outstanding levee system. Currently, the RD784 system has FEMA accreditation. Trilla provides that certification to FEMA for that certification, and then FEMA has accredited the system. We also do for the Yuba County and for the RD the 200-year ULDC compliance determination for the system. We've done that each year, and with the completion of the 200-year project that we have underway under construction in the Goldfields area, this is east of Marysville, where we had to extend the levee system because of high ground issues. And I've been before the board to talk about that before, and that project's nearing completion, and as such. So, but that'll be done soon, and then we'll, this system will have achieved FEMA accreditation, 200-year ULDC compliance, Senate Bill 5 issues. We will have achieved that. Maybe your only major flood system that has done that. So I think that's significant progress and speaks a lot to risk as to what we have in the system. When we got this notice, we have been working on these issues for quite a while with the RD on it, and I think RD 74, Patrick and his folks have done an outstanding job. And they have worked to really remove these issues with great earnest. And you can see that from that chart from the core, where they show all those acceptables on that chart. Very few charts that you're going to see from levies will show that, or from RDs. In this case, we have some remaining pink items that really are residuals that come up from historical that we've been trying to fix on it. Not without lack of effort, we have been trying to fix on it. We have looked at the findings as we've gone through this exercise, and we conclude that none of these findings, similar to what Joe was mentioning, affect any of our certifications or ULCEC determinations. I mean, when we do those, we look at the entire urban system. Our conclusions were that we are fine, and we're moving forward, and we'll end up completing the final 200-year ULDC one once the Goldfield work is done. But I am struck by that we would take our criteria that we're using to portray to the public that we are unacceptable. I mean, you have one of your best, if not best, levee system that is well maintained, and we are throwing it under the bus to say it's unacceptable. I don't understand that. And the criteria that we use, I mean, it is because we do have issues. They did identify issues. They need to be fixed. But we have done that, and we continue to do that, and we'll take great earnest to move forward to fix these remaining items, and there aren't very many that are there, and we'll fix them as quickly as possible. We don't need a SWIFT, I don't think, and I don't think we need an LOI, but we have expended the time, the RD did. So you have literally, by driving this process, by what we're doing, making the locals do additional work that takes away from fixing on it. And I don't understand that. Why wouldn't we just spend the time going through, keep the system in, and place the emphasis on fixing them, other than driving it to get an LOI, take your staff time, my staff time, the RD staff time, and then go to a SWIFT and do all that, spend that money, and for gain. We gained where we go to the public and say we're unacceptable, where we have to explain to the people in Plumas Lake and others why we're unacceptable. They think that we fell, but they have the best levee system going. What I'm saying here is I actually spoke over the last several months, and that didn't go very far in the discussion on it. So I would really ask within our world that there's some discretion and for the criteria, instead of just going through and saying we have a criteria, everyone has to be handled the same on it, and that we really step back and say, well, gee, you know, this does make sense. They are making progress. And why do we go through this exercise? I don't understand it. We have gone through the exercise. I think Patrick's done an outstanding job on it and has moved forward, and we'll continue to support him. But it is really, I don't think it gives the right impression at all for the community and for all the work that's being done. So with that, I know I went on for a little while, but you can tell that I am stunned by why we're here. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thanks, Paul. Anybody else at this point from the public? Ryan, do you see anybody?
I know that Patrick Meager wanted to speak.
Patrick, please.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Patrick Marr, and I'm the General Manager with Reclamation District 784. And as Paul indicated, we've been working diligently on resolving these unacceptable items, and just wanted to let everybody know a little more detail on the background of these core inspections, and also a little bit of background about me. I started with RD 784 in 2011, shortly after that periodic inspection report came out. And just this last week, I was recounting all of the original unacceptable items from that 2011 report, and there were a total of 159. And from that original report, we're down to these 12 items that knocked us out of the PL 8499 active status.
Unbelievable.
And so that's what we're talking about here. Right after the inspection report came out almost 10 years ago, we hit the ground running. It was joint efforts between RD 784 and Trillia. Of course, all the Trillia improvements over the years took care of a lot of the major items, including some of the utility encroachments, a lot of other unacceptable issues. Our own in-house crews, as well as our contractors, took care of many other items, fence encroachments. The list goes on. So compared to that previous report, this one is cleaned up quite a bit, even though we're still unacceptable. In addition to these physical corrections that have happened over the years, we've also produced multiple forms of operations and maintenance documentation that didn't exist during the PI inspection when that inspection received a minimally acceptable rating. So essentially, the levees are in much better condition they are now than they were then, and we received the lower rating. But all that aside, RD 784 continues with Trillia's efforts as well to correct these remaining items. We meet virtually every 2 weeks to discuss the status of these remaining items. We continually reach out to the utilities who are responsible for these items to keep the ball rolling on this and get these items upgraded to acceptable standards. In addition to that, we've asked the board to initiate enforcement proceedings to work parallel with us, and they've been great to work with to help us with those efforts. And aside from that, we just continue to move forward. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patrick. Anybody else from the public?
I see nothing from the public at this time.
I
Okay.
don't have anything, Mr. President.
Okay, this is an informational item, and I think both Paul Bruner and Patrick Mayer have responded adequately. And I think you know the board's position on this one. So Juan, why don't you go and without any further questions, this is an informational report. Let's proceed to item B, 8B, San Joaquin River Levee System Reclamations Districts 17, 2094, 2096, 2075, and 2064. Juan, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so yes, we are here to talk about the San Joaquin River East Levee System that's up on the screen right now. As you mentioned, it's including Reclamation District 17, 2094, 2096, 2075 and 2064. So if we can go to the next slide on the map. What we'll see here is this is a 43, I think it's actually a 38 mile levee system. We've got upstream end, which is actually at the bottom of the map here. Stanislaus River has about a 6 mile portion of levee, and then we've got about 30 miles on the east side of the San Joaquin River, and then we've got a 2 mile stretch or so on the top of the map along Walker French Camp Slope. And so we also have a pump station here shown kind of middle part of that map, just at the bottom of that the green RD17 line there. And so in this system, this one system, we have 8 levee segments. If we can go to the next slide, please. So similar to what we saw in the last system, this is the same table. We've got the system rating here. We have unacceptable overall system rating. We don't yet have an LOI or approved LOI. We understand that the reclamation districts as a whole are considering that. And as a result of the unacceptable rating, they are currently inactive, where they were previously active. So columns here again, 8 levee segments. The difference here with this system, as opposed to the last system, we do have unacceptable red items for encroachments, erosion, bank caving, and animal control, which is typically burrowing animals that we see. We do see some yellow items that were identified as unacceptable during the previous inspection and haven't been fully addressed. And so, you know, those are the items that are affecting PLA 49 rehabilitation program eligibility. We do have other items that are not impacting eligibility, but were noted as unacceptable and hadn't been fully addressed. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we're looking at 4 observations here. Example observations, there are other observations that we identified. Starting with the top left, what we're looking at is a picture that's taken from the toe of the levee, looking up towards the crown of the levee. Obviously got a pipe there. This observation not really for the pipe. It's actually for there's an excavation or a loss of material beneath that pipe. It's about 4 feet deep and potentially could cause issues with the performance of the levee. Top right corner, we're looking at an erosion observation. There was, I would say, less than 5 observations for erosion. I just want to remind the board that we are walking these levees, and so it can be difficult to identify erosion along the waterside toe, and so you know, sometimes vegetation gets in the way. And so this particular observation is actually erosion into a ramp on the water side, and so a little bit less concerning. But there are other observations that are eroding into the levee embankment, so potentially causing loss of material into the structure that's supposed to be holding back water. And so we definitely want to capture those before they cause other issues, slope stability issues, for example. Bottom left photo, what we're looking at is a close-up picture of a hole left by a burrowing animal. This particular picture is 30 inches deep, about 8 inches in diameter. And so we've got, you know, a considerable amount of material that's been taken out of the levy. This is just one observation. We did see, to the credit of the RDs, we did see instances where grouting had been done. We had talked to the RDs. We understand that they do have an animal control program. We did go out there in the summertime, and so timing for capturing grouted holes maybe wasn't right, but we do know that they have an animal control program. Nonetheless, we still need to be able to identify problems with the levee, and that's why we captured this observation. So bottom right photo, what we're looking at here is a pipe penetrating through the levee. We're actually looking at the water side of the pipe. There's a flap gate there. And the flap gate is missing a bolt on the hinge, and so it's kind of a little cockeyed there, not able to close properly. And again, not, it needs to be maintained. Bolt needs to be put back in there, ensure that no water will be passing through that levee. And so, I want to say that all of these items that we're capturing, they are requirements of what's in the O&M manual. There's words in the O&M manual that that require these things to be properly maintained. And so with that, I will ask if there's any questions.
Thank you, Juan. Questions from the board at this point?
Through the chair, please.
Yes.
So this is not pick on Mr. Gonzalez Day, so I just want to be clear about that. When you went and did these inspections, was there a willingness to try to resolve these issues, or where I'm going with this is that if you see a district trying to make efforts into trying to resolve these things, that's always a positive. It's the districts that don't believe that they have to do anything that I think that this program was intended for, in order to try to keep them in compliance and to keep their communities safe. And so I just want to know from your interaction with the districts, what was your interpretation of that?
From my observations in the field, I did see, like I said, they were making corrections for like animal burrows, and so we saw that. We've had discussions throughout the inspection, throughout that entire process before we even finalized the report. We did give them an opportunity to review the draft report. We did have on multiple occasions conversations with board staff, and so there were a number of items, a significant number of items that were rated unacceptable, and so to be able to address that amount of observations before the report was finalized was probably not realistic, and so I would say that they did address some items, but they this sheer lack of ability with the time frame, everything just couldn't get addressed, and so I would say there was some involvement. We did invite the RDs and board staff to the inspection to participate. We did not get all RDs out there, but we did get some.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, at our last meeting, when this was discussed, Chris Nudek asked to speak. Chris, do you want to make some comments at this?
Yes, Chairman Edgar, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak again on this matter. I'll try and be concise in my comments. I first of all want to echo everything that Paul, Mary Jane, and Patrick have stated. It's a consistent concern that we have. We've been working with the Corps and the board over the last several months here in getting to this point where we're in the process of developing our LOI and SWIFT. This is a little bit more unique than 784. We have 5 reclamation districts, 1 urban, 4 rurals. As you can well imagine, it's not easy to get 20 plus reclamation district trustees in a single room to come to a single decision to move forward. We did have a meeting yesterday. Juan was present, Annalise was present. It was our kickoff meeting to gather everyone together to, 1, formulate a plan, and 1, seeking the FMAP funding, even though the application period has expired. The state has opened that up to allow us to apply for and seek funding to assist us in the development of our LOI and SWIFT. We do have some rural districts that are not well funded and are in somewhat of a debt position from the 2017 high water arena. That meeting went very well. It was a long meeting. We had a lot of comments, similar to Paul's and Mary Jane's, but we ultimately understood that the Corps has given us a venue by which to get out and get back into an active zone. We too don't agree with the findings made by the Corps. I've made it very clear that as operators and maintainers, we've been faced with having to repair what the Corps never did in the first place and build a levee system to sustain the flood events. The seepage, the stability, the issues that are really not operate and maintain issues, we're spending tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars to repair. And that's where our money's going to, because that's the flood protection. Worrying about a pole, worrying about a positive closure on a pipe, things of that nature really, I'll be a little bit frank, we call it lipstick on a pig. I know that's a little bit of a grotesque term, but in reality, when it comes down to it, the erosion you saw on the levee, that's actually not erosion, that's sand deposition from high water events. The San Joaquin carries a tremendous sediment load, and it drops sand on the slopes. And as the water retracts, it looks like erosion. There's rock underneath that sand. The erosion from the pipeline, that was fixed within 30 days of the erosion being found. These are private diversions. We asked that the landowner do it. The landowner didn't do it, so the reclamation district came in and repaired that. But we also are working with a system. We understand the system and we understand the nature of the Corps. So we appreciate the opportunity to move forward with the letter of intent. These are large inspection reports. There's a lot of items. We're not quite as far along as Patrick. I'm proud to hear Patrick is moving quicker on some of these districts. They just don't have the funds by which to attend to all these issues, namely because a lot of them are private penetrations that we have to work with our private landowners. But we are moving forward. Bill, from your perspective, thank you so much for sponsoring the FMAP program and the encouragement of these RDs. And you will be seeing this before you shortly. We did get the authority of the 5 reclamation districts to advance the applications for FMAP and also advance the applications for letter of intent and ultimately the SWIFT. So anyway, from that standpoint, you'll be seeing that these 5 reclamation districts coming before you shortly. And I'll leave it at that. I know, Juan, you've been very patient with us, and I understand you're working within a system yourself, but I really do concur with Paul and Mary Jane and Patrick. This is not necessarily where we want to be from a operation and maintenance perspective. And from that standpoint, the level of improvements been made on some of these levee systems has been extraordinary. Yet the credit, well, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Over.
Thank you, Chris. So the main concern I have is making sure we get this LOI up and approved by the board so we can at least get back into this area qualifying for federal assistance in case of a high water event. That's my main concern, and I'm really pleased that you and reported that the players involved have voted to move ahead for that. That's excellent. That's really excellent. And
Bill, thank you. And that's to be recognized that the Corps has done very well for this system. We've had flood events in '97 and again in 2017. '97 we had We had several breaks on the Stanislaus, San Joaquin, and then we had several relief cuts. Some were made, some were natural. The Corps came in and repaired all those in 97. Subsequently, in 2017, you may recall we had the breach on 2075. Fortunately, we happened to be in the neighborhood and happened to have equipment standing by, so that breach was closed prior to it opening up and creating a flood event. And subsequent to that, we had the state and then ultimately the federal government come in, and the feds are wrapping that repair up this spring, and to the tune of about $15–20 million. Well, I'd say $15 million. So there's been substantial expenditures made by the Corps in this system, resulting from our active status up till this point. So we see the value, and we are certainly encouraged and ready to get back in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. That's what Jane Dolan and I were very concerned about when we first approached this a couple of years ago and had our meetings. And I'm really pleased that that's moving along well. That's great. Any other members from the board want to comment at this point?
Through the chair, I just want one question, and that is how long will this system be out of the 84.99? I'm curious. How long will it take for them to get back into the program?
Do you want a consultant's perspective or do you want the Corps' perspective? Mary Jane, it's the process will be relatively quickly in development of the LOIs. Unfortunately, the Corps of Engineers is somewhat overwhelmed. They do have identified staff, but we're finding that the 6-month period that we've been kind of promised is running long. We have some that have been there for a couple years, some that have been processed in a year. So I would say our goal, our local goal, that being the 5 reclamation districts, would be to be reactivated by next season, by next flood season.
So you're vulnerable this winter in this.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So if there is any, high water damage, then it's on your dime in order, or your ability to attract money from other sources instead of having this program that would have alleviated that problem. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and so that there again, I have a problem with that because of the fact that, pay me now or pay me later, but it's the taxpayers that are paying. And the thing is if you can do the preventative stuff and help people move along, it's just better in the long run. So I'm sorry, I had to ask that question because I just wanted to know if you were going to be in the program by this flood season or not.
No, we're not, and we certainly understand that risk, and it's one that is becoming more risk as we sit here this week watching the rainfall. Fortunately, the river has not come up and has not reflected the 3 to 4 inches of rain we received in the basin, and I believe it will be controlled well at this current status of our rainfall. But if things go sideways, I can imagine that there's going to be a couple of us in an airplane to DC. I mean, this is an awkward circumstance. We've been active for a very, very long time. I didn't get into all the details. These are large inspection reports. There's a lot of things in there that we believe have been changed from the original operation and maintenance manual, the positive closures, the video inspections. I'm not an advocate of video inspections. As a civil engineer that operates and maintains a civil firm that does large civil infrastructure projects, steel pipes through levees we're not going to find the leaks by a video inspection. And I'll stand to that until I end my career. You will see them though when they leak from the exterior, and you can see it by the scaling and so forth that occurs from the pipe on the outside. Nevertheless, that's a $3,000 to $5,000 expense per pipe per every 5 years. Multiply that times 70 pipes on one reclamation district, and you can see the cost. And the landowners they're not going to encourage themselves to do that. That's just too much of an expense. And then, of course, the positive closures, which we can get over. We can't put the pipes on top of the levee and eliminate that $8,000 to $20,000 expense. But there's some substantial expenses with these encroachments that were not part of the original O&M manual. So this is not an easy snap your fingers and get it done in the next 10 years. with some of these systems. Others will be more functional and quicker to be repaired. The ones that are more important, worst first.
So
Thank you.
one quick yes or no. Would you classify these districts, these levy districts, and the communities that they protect as poor communities?
The 4 rural districts are not well versed. The one urban district is relatively well suited, namely because of the nature of what Paul is suggesting. They have to be, in order to remain an urban district within the Sacramento-San Joaquin basin. You need to achieve your 200-year level of protection. So they are assessing themselves in order to perform that. So I would say, from a reclamation district perspective, they're not poor because they're assessing themselves to account for those improvements. Whereas the rural districts that are farmers, dairymen, things that are not nearly as productive as they once were due to regulations and the like, those are having more of a struggle. They're struggling paying their assessments. Let's put it that way. And I've been told that more than once. And some of those folks are on the phone today listening to us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. President, Board Member Ramirez had a question.
Chair, please.
Yeah, it's more of a observation maybe, and just to put a little flag up. I don't mean to pile on, but on the San Joaquin side in particular, I just wanted to acknowledge the comment about there's only so much money, local money, state money, federal money. We know the San Joaquin side is already woefully inadequate. And I appreciate people trying to keep up with the regular business day-to-day and the programs that we have in place. But we just know there's so much that needs to be done. And when we look at the San Joaquin later, not today, and talk about the region, it'd be good to look at these other systems that are also not meeting the current standards. We might need some other things to be done besides having a plan about what we want to do long-term. We might need to address some of the policies to make sure that we're making use of what little funding we have right now. Because I think we're all frustrated trying to make do with the resources that we have at our fingertips, and they're getting stretched pretty thin. And we know there's bigger problems to address. And there's similar situations, I think, on the other side of the river and just upstream. We're going to hear the same story, I think. So I just want to put that flag up, Bill, so we can maybe fold this into one of our discussions later, especially about the lower San Joaquin system and what people are trying to wrestle with. But I appreciate the folks that are here today and are also trying to deal with it on the regular basis and be responsive to the reports. And we certainly appreciate the reports. Don't get me wrong. I think it's really great to have this insight, both when we do the federal inspections and the state inspections. We have to know this kind of stuff, right? We need to keep track of it to make sure we know where we need to make improvements. So I appreciate that as well.
Well, the thing that's bothering me about this, both Mary Jane and Chris Nudek pointed it out, is that there's going to be a 6 month to a year period, even after you do the LOI, to have this reinstated. So we're really rolling the dice for this flood season in both these areas for obviously concerns, but major concerns of not being eligible for federal assistance in case of a high water event. So I'm concerned about that. And in addition, it seems to me that the public information issue is a concern. The fact of the matter is, for over a year now, we've been working through our committee and through the board itself, in order to get these items corrected. And these reports are coming across as if we're failing, and it's not helpful. It's not helpful to outreach. It's not helpful to generate the enthusiasm to get this work done. And it's just very disturbing the way this is being rolled out to the public. So I don't know what to do about that. And then there seems to be a gradation of unacceptable. Plumas Lakes has got some issues that they need to address, which they are addressing. And that's basically a new system up there. That's probably one of our best flood control systems in the whole area, and doesn't have a lot of the issues that Chris Newdak talked about in San Joaquin, but there's no distinction between either of them. So I, just from a public information standpoint, I just don't, this is not working for me at all. But maybe we can talk about this a little later and offline. I don't know.
Bill, let me suggest one thing real quick, and this is something that maybe isn't well understood with the industry as a whole. It's something that certainly caught us with our guard down. As these active districts are understanding that they're active, they may not remain active. This was an active area. We received federal monies in 2017. The problem is these PIRs have a roll up, and as they roll up, and these become more infractions. These infractions are noted, and the reclamation districts are not on top of repairing or replacing or maintaining or whatever the case may be, whatever those infractions may be. Then they become ineligible infractions or ineligible deficiencies, and that's what occurred in this system. And we were not on top of it where we should have been with the LOI SWIFT, even though we were active. And that's what I think we need to look at. And maybe it's something that the board staff can look at and say, okay, we have active districts, but we have deficiencies within the active districts. They're going to ultimately make them inactive. And that's going to be a problem. And that's something that I think we all need to address and recognize. Just because you're active doesn't mean you're going to remain active. Because these PIRs and the continuing eligibility inspections, the differences between the Corps and the state's inspection results, because we're getting straight A's on our inspection results from the state. We're not getting straight A's from our inspection results from the Corps. So our board of trustees are going, well, we just got a acceptable rating from the state. Why aren't we getting it from the Corps? So one needs to take special care and attention to active districts and maintain their active status. And maybe it's better just to have a SWIFT on every single, PIR, across the board, because I think that's clearly what happened in this system. I'll leave it at that, and I appreciate you letting me interrupt. Over. Thank you.
So through the Mr. Chairman, through the chair here, more than one has, and Mr. Newdick was third or fourth, pointed out that there are several inspections and the timing doesn't always coincide with the effort. So it seems to me that it might be appropriate for our staff to also include some kind of a memo on this, because these memos of inspections and the colors are one day, and there doesn't seem to be the report for our meeting and therefore the record on these districts, what the conversation has been, what efforts have been made, or what other inspection reports say. So if one inspector, DWR, or us says it's okay, but this one says no, then Mr. Newdick, Board Member Grego, and me, Ramirez, all of us, we understand what that says to the taxpaying public, people who've been making efforts and funding it, and the people who are protected by these, is that nothing gets done. When we all know things are improving, these reports just seem to indicate no effort, and we know that's not accurate.
Yeah,
our staff needs to show some way that they can expound upon these reports and explain.
Okay. Joe?
I have a comment. I think there's a problem here. The Corps is a black or white. It's an on or off switch, and it's an on and off switch that, with very, very little risk to the flood system, you get thrown out of the PL 8499. I mean, those utility poles that are on the levee are not a huge significant risk threat to the levee. somehow there needs to be a recognition of what the actual threat is. And I wonder if we need to meet with the core operations people and talk about this, because at one time they had a criteria that said, well, it doesn't meet the strict interpretation of our guidance, but there's not an immediate threat to the levee, and they've eliminated that. And I think somehow there has to be a recognition of what the threat is, other than just an on-off switch. Does it meet the requirement?
Yeah, and there's no ability to distinguish between or among various levies either, and it presents a very bad public information issue. Okay, I think at this point we may want to schedule this for a workshop, Leslie, in terms of more detail on this, because we're getting obviously much better cooperation from the local maintaining agencies than we ever have before, and somehow it's not being reflected. So I think we need to establish maybe a workshop with Ryan and Juan on this. Okay, we're past our break time, so I'd like to take about a 10-minute break. Ryan, if you could. Back in business here. We've had a request from the Delta Council to make their presentation now, because apparently they're going to be unavailable after lunch. So I'm going to bring up Darren items 10D to proceed now before the DWR items. Jeremy, I apologize for that, but that's a special request that they need to do that.
No problem. Thank you.
Apologize to you and Wade, Wiley, for that. Okay, Darren.
Thank you, President Edgar. Good morning. Good morning, Vice President Dolan and members of the board, Darren Soon board staff. I'm here today to introduce Andrew Schwartz with the Delta Stewardship Council. He's going to present the findings on their Delta Adapts, the Council's climate change vulnerability assessment of the Delta. Now, this is new to many of the board members, but it's something that the Delta Stewardship Council has presented at coordinating committees in the past. But I think this is some useful information that you all find interesting. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce Andrew, because this is substantially, I would say long, but it is has a fair length to this presentation. Thank you. Andrew, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you, Darren, and thank you, Board President Edgar and board members, for the invitation today. As Darren mentioned, we've made a couple of presentations on this project to the coordinating committee, but for many of you, this may be the first exposure to this project. Next slide. Is somebody else controlling the slides, or am I? I think 1, 2. There you go.
Right.
So since this is the agenda slide, great, thanks. So since this is the first exposure to this for some folks, I'll go just kind of an overview of the Delta Adapts project and what we've covered. I want to focus in on some of the Delta flood modeling and mapping that we've done, and share with you some of the key findings from our vulnerability assessment that we just released publicly and is out for comment right now. And then I'll kind of wrap up quickly with a summary of some of the coordination that we've done throughout this process, particularly focusing on the work that we've done with the Central Valley Flood Protection plan staff, both at DWR and at the board, and some next steps for where we're going. Next slide. So Delta DAPS is the kind of the brand we're applying this two-part project. The first part, and the part that I'll be speaking about today, is our vulnerability assessment, climate change vulnerability assessment of the Delta. And the second part will be an adaptation strategy, which we plan to get started on. We're already thinking about and scoping now, but after we finalize the vulnerability assessment, and that will really kick off in earnest this spring. And the overarching goal of the project is really to build climate resilience in the Delta. Next slide. Some other project goals is to really inform the future work at the council, help prioritize future actions and investments at the state and local level, and then provide a toolkit of information for local governments to use in their regulatory and planning documents. So we have a bunch of models and tools that they can use and data that they can use in their planning. And then to serve as a framework to be built on by the council and others in the future. Next slide. So Delta Adapts is a regional study. We're really focused in on the Delta, that red triangle in the middle of that map there that I'm sure you're all familiar with. But we also recognize that the Delta is deeply affected by things that happen throughout the watershed flowing into the Delta, both from a hydrologic and ecological point of view, and economics as well. And also we understand that the Delta is extremely important to many other parts of the state as a source of water, and ecologically and economically as well. And so we're focused on in-Delta conditions, but we have considered a wide range of kind of boundary conditions from the watershed and the rest of the state that affect the Delta. It's really a planning level study. We're not anticipating to use this for regulatory or design work, although we think it could be perhaps informative to both at a later stage. And this is really different from other climate vulnerability assessments that have been completed to date, particularly by state or local agencies, because those vulnerability assessments usually focus on the assets and resources that an agency or a local government controls or operates or is responsible for. And in this case, the Delta Stewardship Council, we don't operate or own any of these resources, but we do act as kind of an overarching regional authority. And so we have designed this to be complementary with those other efforts, but recognizing that we cannot get into the minute detail that's needed at the very local scale. And so this work will need to be used in conjunction with some of those local studies as well, and other wider state studies like the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Next slide. So the assessment really tries to align with state guidance and best practices. We've used the Ocean Protection Council's guidance on sea level rise, and a number of other state guiding documents. We've tried to leverage best available data and science. We've tried to make all of our data sources public, and we will be releasing all of that data along with the final vulnerability assessment, making that available to other researchers, other agencies to use as they see fit and to build on. We have conducted some new analysis and modeling to fill gaps where we thought that there was some missing information that needed to be addressed, both in the ecological area, on water supply, and on flood. And I'll be walking through some of the flooding work that we've done today. We consider climate impacts out kind of the near term 2030 and midterm 2050, and out to the 2085 end of century. kind of time horizon, but we're really focusing on this 2050 timeline because we really think that that's, we're much more certain about the impacts at that timeline, and we believe that the work that we need to do right now really is focusing on those types of impacts that we need to start addressing now. And we've tried to really consider a very broad range of potential climate futures and uncertainty. So you will see throughout this assessment that we have not tried to pick a given global climate model projection as the future, or even 3 or 4 or 5 global climate model projections to define what the future is. That we try to use all of the data from all of the climate models, or at least the best ones for California, and take all of that information as a range of possibilities and put that into a probabilistic risk management approach to planning for our future and the potential impacts of climate change that we might have to deal with. We evaluate climate change impacts to the Delta as a water source, an ecosystem, and a place. Those are the 3 kind of main elements of the Delta plan. And so that's how we've organized this. And so the flooding aspects are really about impacts to Delta as a place, the people, the activities, the culture, the history of the Delta that could be changed with if there's flooding or additional flooding in the Delta. Next slide. Thanks. So we're looking at a wide range of climate stressors that you'll all be familiar with: temperature change, precipitation change, hydrologic pattern shifts, and sea level rise. Those kind of chronic changes that affect our environment and can lead to flooding and water supply changes and those kinds of things. And then we've also looked at hazards, which we see as kind of acute events that may impact resources and assets, and flooding really falls into that. We also looked at extreme heat events, droughts, and wildfires, particularly in the context of smoke that may impact populations throughout the Delta. Next slide. We also looked at a very wide range of assets and resources. So again, as I mentioned, we don't control or own any of these resources. We wanted to provide information across a very wide range of categories and resources that are important to people throughout the Delta, as well as the environment. And so you can see, I'm not going to list all of these off, but we go into a deep analysis of each one of these resource areas to indicate what might be at risk from climate change within the Delta by 2050 and by the end of century. Next slide. So there's a lot of information in this vulnerability assessment. It's organized kind of as a pyramid, similar to, I think, the way that the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan has been organized in the past, with a series of technical memos that kind of really walk out the details at the bottom of the pyramid, the kind of base that provide information about the data we use, the methodologies. These reviews reviewed by technical advisory committees and helped us develop those, and walk out the deep analysis. The vulnerability assessment report actually kind of summarizes that and brings it together in some key findings at the end of the vulnerability assessment that I think folks will be most interested in. And then for just a quick summary, we of course have an executive summary that is just, a few tens of pages. And so folks with less time can focus there. And if you have more time or interest, you can dive deeper throughout the document. Next slide. So with that, I will jump into kind of some of the flood hazard analysis that we've done. Next slide. So our flood hazard analysis really focuses on just the Delta. We don't look at flooding outside of the Delta. And we have considered sea level rise, storm surge, tides, of course, inflow from the 5 major tributaries to the Delta, and the effects of climate change on those river inflows. We've also taken great care to try and look at the possibility of co-occurrence of high tide and storm surge at the same time as we have high inflow events. And we've taken a lot of care to make sure that those the probability of those events co-occurring is not overstated. We're not putting a 1 in 100 year high tide event lining up with a 1 in 100 year inflow event is not a 1 in 100 year event. That's a much rarer event. And so we have taken great care to understand that and actually understand how that may shift over time as flow changes, the timing of inflows into the delta may change and be more likely to occur with the king tides that occur in the winter each year. Additionally, the analysis that we've conducted is just overtopping. We have not evaluated seepage or stability failures of levees throughout the delta. We do that in another project called the Delta Levee Investment Strategy. So we're not doing that here. We're just looking at overtopping, and we're really looking at for this baseline vulnerability assessment, we're looking at a no action scenario. What I mean by that is we're assuming that the levees remain at their current conditions, degradation or slumping or consolidation of levees, but also no additional investment to improve those levees over time. In this assessment, we'll be looking at that in the adaptation phase. Next slide. So the modeling approach that we've taken was really on and build on prior work that has been done and to consider a very wide range of plausible inputs that consider climate change, as I mentioned, tide, storm surge, sea level rise, tributary inflows, and how those may change over time. We initially applied a DSM-2 hydrologic model to explore water level dependence from input those boundary conditions throughout the delta, and we use that to calibrate a statistical model that can work really, really fast and in a very powerful Monte Carlo framework, so that we can evaluate millions and millions of possibilities of inflow events distributed differently across the five tributaries to the delta, paired with different sea level rise and tidal conditions and storm surge conditions. And then we've applied that to a probabilistic approach to estimate peak water levels throughout the delta with the consideration of all of these uncertain factors. Next slide. So many of you are, I'm sure, all familiar with the traditional floodplain map, the kind of FEMA flood map that really displays flood risk in a binary. You're either in or out of the floodplain with some considerations about storm events and so what we have not tried to replicate that here, although we do look at some kind of in or out 100-year deterministic maps. We have those in our appendix, and those are available for folks to look at and understand risks within a 100-year floodplain, that kind of thing, throughout the delta with the hydrology that we've used. But we've really focused in on a set of probabilistic maps that show the likelihood of flooding and a more gradation of flood risks throughout the delta. And so I'll show you what that looks like in the next slide. Next slide. Sorry, one more slide after this. So flood scenarios that we looked at, these probabilistic scenarios. I'm sorry, one back. I want to talk about this before. So we looked at 2030, 2050, and 2085 conditions, as I mentioned. And what that looks like is pairing a watershed hydrology based on global climate model data and the Central Valley Hydrologic Study data that is also used in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, somewhat modified for mid-century and end of century. And then we pair that with a distribution of sea level rise possibilities at each time frame. So the million scenarios that we look at for 2030 range from about 0.2 feet to 0.8 feet, centered around about a half a foot or a little bit less. At 2050, we're looking at up to about 2 feet with centered at about a foot. So you can see how those distribute. Next slide. And what we get out of this is these probabilistic maps. So on this panel, you're seeing the change in flood exposure throughout the delta through time. The light blue color throughout these maps is indicating areas that are not exposed to flood, even at a 200-year event or a event with a 0.5% annual chance of occurrence. Would not 0.05% annual chance of occurrence would not flood. And so right now, because of all of the freeboard that is out there in the delta beyond the 100-year flood risk that most levees are designed to, there's quite a bit of protection out there, and there's quite a lot of light blue in the current conditions, the 2020 conditions. What you're seeing, the darker colors are higher levels of risk or a more frequent recurrence of flooding in these areas. And so the darkest blue is a 10% or 1%, a 10% annual chance of occurrence. You see a lot of that in the Sassoon Marsh. That's mostly a wetland area. There is some farming. There's a lot of farming in there, but it does fairly frequently. That's not terribly surprising. We do have some higher flood risk in the South Delta, predominantly in areas with kind of some known flood deficiencies that are being worked on now. And then as you move out to the future, you can look at 2050 and 2085. You see a lot more of those dark blue colors, particularly in the South and Central Delta, as sea levels come up and the hydrology gets more and more extreme coming in from the rivers, and you see quite a bit of flood risk. Again, as I mentioned before, this represents, a situation with current levee elevations. So, obviously, we could raise the levees and avoid some of this flooding. But I think this highlights just how much work needs to be done out there if we intend to avoid this flooding through levee elevation raises. Another thing I'd like to point out is the North Delta, which looks pretty darn good under 2085 conditions, which is an extreme change in hydrology with no additional investment other than continuing to maintain the levees as they are. The North Delta looks pretty good, and I think that's really a testament to the investments that have been made in the past and the bypass and what that does to protect a large segment of the Delta here. So these are the maps that we use to conduct these vulnerability and exposure assessments throughout the Delta. Next slide. So we take this information, and one of the other things that we have teased out from the data that we have is, which indicates the area of strongest climate change influence throughout the Delta. So what you're seeing here is the red or orange or peach colored dots throughout the North and South Delta indicate the areas of the system that are really dominated by riverine flows and influences. The green dots are really dominated by sea level rise, and so the flooding is caused by sea level rise versus riverine changes in riverine flows in the red areas. And so what this is really important for is, as we move to adaptation, there will need to be different adaptation strategies applied to these different areas. The areas that are red or pink obviously can take advantage of and will be benefited by adaptation strategies that happen in the upper watershed, things that occur as part of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, better storage or taking water off the river systems and getting it into groundwater basins, or any number of adaptation strategies that may help us to reduce high inflows into the delta. Those adaptation strategies are not going to be nearly as beneficial for the green area. Those areas are going to have to deal with high water levels that are being driven by sea level rise. And so reducing inflows from the river system is not going to be as effective for those areas. They're going to need other strategies. So we're focusing in on that. Next slide. So we've kind of combined and brought all of these data together in a series of infographics that appear throughout the report that kind of highlight what is at risk in the delta. As you can see over time from this graphic, we're looking at population, and we're also looking at, I draw your attention to that second light blue number, 3,200 residents today in highly socially vulnerable areas. So we've done some additional work, not to just look at population in general that is at risk, but also looking at the characteristics of that population to understand where there are populations of high social vulnerability. These are factors like low mobility, so they don't have cars. How would they would have less ability to flee in a flood situation, or linguistic barriers that will make it harder for them to get information during an emergency situation. And so we've tried to highlight where these populations are, or where when we have flooding in an area, is this an area with high social vulnerability that is going to need additional adaptation, additional attention to make sure that we take care of the folks that are in that area. So that's another a nice addition of information that we've included in this report. We also look at the total land area, the acres of agriculture that are affected, and of course, total dollars of exposed assets. You can see that $1 billion exposed under today's conditions expands tenfold by 2050 if we don't do anything. Next slide. We also we have many of these types of infographics throughout. As I mentioned, that we look at a whole wide range of different assets and resources throughout the Delta that folks might be concerned about. And so there's one of these infographics for each of those resources and assets. This one I pulled out is for infrastructure at 2050. And so we document all of the assets within the Delta that are going to be exposed under those flood conditions that we identified, including energy, utilities, transportation, solid hazardous waste, flood management, like stockpiles, and water supply information like conveyance, diversion points, and pumps. So I only have time. I don't want to go into too much detail today for you, but these just to give you a flavor of what's in there, and I hope you'll spend some time looking at the report and checking out some of the areas that we've looked at. Next slide. So I did want to just wrap up today with a bit of a shout out to your staff and the staff at the board end at DWR from the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. We have done quite a bit of coordination with them, worked closely with them to make sure that the information that we're using and providing here is really complementary to what's in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. We use much of the same data, and we have these overlapping areas, but we do have a different focus, and we've taken slightly different approaches to looking at the flood risk throughout the Delta. Obviously, for the Delta Stewardship Council, we're concerned about the entire Delta area, including many of the non-project levees and areas outside of the state plan of flood control. And we're very concerned about some of the areas that are more tidally influenced and more dominated by ocean conditions. than I think most of the state plan of flood control area is. And so we have used different approaches, but we've shared data. We've done some comparisons of our models that they're using and that we're using for similar conditions to make sure that if you put this conditions into both models, you get about the same outputs out in the same, in similar conditions. And we've worked closely with them on communicating and messaging and making sure that the state is speaking with one voice as we roll out these two major planning documents for the state of California. And so just a show of appreciation for the work that your staff and the staff at DWR have contributed to this effort. And we're looking forward to continuing to collaborate as we work forward on adaptation strategies and as you continue to develop the 2022 update to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, and so just very quickly, next steps. So right now, as I mentioned, the public draft vulnerability assessment is out now. I think the best way to access that and start to look at it is through a story map that we have posted at this link. And I think this will be shared out for you all to click on it. I know that's not a real catchy URL, but that kind of takes you through in a graphic way, very quickly through what's in the document, what our key findings are, and then it can link you to the full document and all of the materials as well. And additionally, we'll be releasing some Shiny apps, which is a kind of a new platform that can allow the user to explore maps dynamically, looking at all the flood scenarios. You'll be able to select specific assets to display, zoom in on specific areas. Those are coming very soon, so stay tuned for that. So we're receiving public comment right now on the vulnerability assessment. We welcome any feedback from those on this call or the board. We anticipate finalizing in early spring 2021. The comment period is open through March 16th. I believe we just extended it a month till March 16th. And we will begin the adaptation strategy and scoping development shortly after that. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Okay, Andrew, the one thing that I think you've addressed, and that is to make sure that we are absolutely coordinated with the information you're coming forth with and the information in our flood plan update for 2022. That's a major concern because we're going to get a lot of feedback from the stakeholders, obviously, on both studies. And as long as we're consistent, and we're going to have to make a finding that the flood plan is consistent with the Delta plan, and so there's a lot of pressure to make sure that, as you say, we're speaking with one voice. So I hope that continues. I'm pleased to hear that. Joe, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just want to give a pat on the back. I really like the way you displayed the flood threat in the Delta and being able to sparse out the ocean rise versus the San Joaquin potential increases due to climate change and the Sacramento flows due to climate change, because that visual really shows what's impacting what in the Delta. And I don't think I've seen a display quite that clear before. So it makes it much more understandable to me. So I appreciate the effort you made there.
Appreciate that feedback.
Brian?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to chime in and echo what Joe's saying. I spent some quality time with the feasibility report over the weekend and thought the presentation is helpful. It's bracing. It might be beyond that. It really illustrates, how much work we have to do and what our mandate is. And I'm looking forward to the story map and the shiny apps. I think one of the like Joe, one of the things that's really good about this is the communication potential to really illustrate for folks what we're up against and what we need to be doing as a community. And so, looking forward to hearing more about how our staffs are working on that and what we can do. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I would like to thank you for the presentation. I'm not very familiar with the Delta other than to know that it's a very unique part of the state. One of the things you brought up about sea rising levels, and I know that salt coming into the system is a big deal, especially for the 43,000 acres of farmland in there. In order to keep that seawater intrusion from coming through the Delta, that has to have more water pushed through the system to keep it back. And so that extra, that water that goes through there has an effect on the levees, because of the wave action that occurs in the Delta and so forth. And so, those are things that I'd like to talk about as far as our flood control system. But I'm hoping that maybe sometime this year, I'm going to have the ability to go out there just to take a look at it visually for myself and become a little bit more familiar with the Delta. But those are the things that I kind of look at, and I'm sure that it'll be addressed in your plan. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say we take a very hard look at that, particularly on the water supply side, because our flood modeling is really event based. It's the high event and what when you levees, where supply analysis really looks at kind of the lower flow conditions or the total annual kind of ebb and flow of storage and how we manage those flows. So I encourage you to take a look at the water supply section and findings as well to kind of get more information on that salinity impact.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other board members?
And
Andrew,
I just want to say thank you again, and I apologize to DUR for pushing their presentation back. I appreciate you accommodating my schedule here.
That's great. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Darren, are you still on?
Yeah, Bill. Yeah.
You're kind of sitting in on this technical committee. My concern, and I think the board's concern, is to make sure that all the planning efforts and assumptions, technical studies are coordinated between the Delta Council and our the work that DWR is doing on the planning update, because that's going to be there's going to be some real grumbling, as there always is in the Delta, about what these studies require in terms of work to be done. And notwithstanding the fact that much work has been done already, there's probably a lot more work that needs to be done, as Andrew pointed out. But I just want to make sure that as he indicated, that the state is speaking with one voice. They took a different approach because they're looking at the entire Delta and a lot of the private levees. We're going to have to deal with that sometime too, because the private levees, in some instances, particularly Stockton area, are the same levee. I mean, it's they're joined. So I don't know how you look at flood control in the Delta without looking at the private levees on a more comprehensive basis, like they are doing. but that's going to have an effect on what we do in flood control. And I just want to make sure that everything we're doing is consistent, and even though the approaches are different and maybe some of the assumptions are different, we're going to have a plan at the end of the day that's going to be consistent with the Delta plan, and we have to make that finding, and that includes all the technical stuff too.
Appreciate that, President Edgar. Definitely our staff and DWR staff have been working with Andrew on this effort, as well as we have other staff engaged with the Delta Stewardship Council and DWR as part of, as you know, the memorandum of understanding between our three agencies. While it's a work in progress, I agree, and I have every confidence will be coordinated at the end of the day.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you, everyone. If there aren't any other questions, you see any, Ryan or Leslie, from anybody?
No, not on this item.
I see no questions either.
Okay, thank you again, Andrew. Appreciate it. And we're going to move on to back to item number 9, which is the water resources items. And again, apologize, Jeremy, for taking this other item out of order. But on item number 9 now, we're ready to go. So please proceed.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. Thank you. My name is Jeremy Eric, Chief of the Division of Flood Management with Department of Water Resources. Thanks again for having me here today to give an update on DWR activities. My presentation today will be fairly short. Before I jump into the next slide, I just wanted to kind of give a quick hydrology update that I got from my team this morning. As you know, this time of year, especially the hydrology information that we place in the board reports monthly gets out of date pretty quickly, especially when we have rainstorms coming in like we've had this week. So kind of a comparison of what you'll see in your board report for precipitation. The North Sierra 8-station index is 51% average to date. That's up from the 40% you'll see in the board report. The San Joaquin 5-station index is at 60% average to date for precip, up from 30% in the report. And then the Tulare 6-station is 43% average to date, up from 25%. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then in terms of snow water content, the percentages are up quite a bit from what was reported in the board report as well, with the North Sierra being at 39% average to date for the water year, up from about 27%. Central Sierra is at 43%, almost doubled from the previously reported 24%. And then South Sierra is quite a bit higher at 31%. That said, still fairly bleak looking conditions from a water supply perspective. So we'll continue to hope for more rain and snow in the coming months. Next week we do our second snow survey, the media snow survey at Phillips Station, as most of the public is aware of. And then on an ongoing basis, we have our cooperative snow survey program that goes out over 260 snow courses throughout the state, as well as all of our statewide monitoring network automated sensors. So more to come on the water supply conditions in the coming months. Next slide, please. Thank you, Ryan. So as you know, California has battled the largest fires in our history this past fire season. And since last September, I briefed the board on some of the proactive actions the department was taking early on to mitigate for some of the post-fire watershed work. And then I also let the board know, and Steve Rothert and I kind of shared the reporting of this over the months, that DWR was assisting with post-fire watershed work under Cal OES mission tasking that started in October. And I explained how those efforts impacted some of the DFM program activities related to the board. So today I just want to kind of finish the story off here and on our efforts and let you know that on January 9th, we concluded our post-fire watershed work that was assigned to us by Cal OES. I wanted to recognize the value that our staff and all the resources we put into this from a department perspective. The value that this added to the effort, helped immensely in the preparation for the rainy season for the local communities that have to respond to any incidents in these burn scar areas. We ultimately served at 6 major fire recovery deployments throughout California. We deployed 32 staff from across the department to assist in these burn areas, and managed a number of California Conservation Corps crews and installed a couple 100,000 linear feet of erosion protection. Also want to recognize that so many of our staff, really went above and beyond the call of duty here to help out during the high-risk conditions of the global pandemic, often away from their families, to assist the state and the local agencies in this important effort. And I also wanted to share with the board that the local agencies, Cal OES, and the public have recognized and shown great appreciation for DWR staff's dedication to assisting in these efforts. So again, thank you to all the DWR staff that are out there watching today for your efforts and your dedication to fulfill our public safety mission here at DWR. And as always, DWR stands ready to assist as needed as incidents unfold during this wet season in these burn areas. So we can move on to the next slide. Thank you. So today you'll hear about the 2020 Inspection and Local Maintaining Agency report of the Central Valley State Federal Flood Protection System. As you know, to ensure that the local maintaining agencies are performing an appropriate level of maintenance, DWR's Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Branch inspects all 1,600 miles of project levees twice a year. This includes a prioritized portion of the over 7,000 known levee penetrations or pipes that go through levees or under levees throughout the system. In addition, there's a number of erosion sites, over 120 erosion sites, 26 channels, 56 structures, 13 pumping plants. So there's a lot of facilities and infrastructure that need to be inspected, as you're familiar with, annually. And then new penetrations that are discovered and new encroachments that are discovered are also evaluated and coordinated with the board staff on. So our inspection programs this last year, have provided valuable information to other programs within the department, and you'll hear more about that, as well as information to the LMAs and the public, the Army Corps, the Flood Protection Board. So tremendous amount of information that you'll see in the report. And as always, I reviewed this year's report in detail, and I hope you'll agree with me that the team continues to improve on the quality of the report. I was really impressed with how things have evolved and come together in this single document. So look forward to hearing from Wade and his team after my presentation. Can you go forward the next slide, please? Thank you. So finally, just a highlight for next month, at the February board meeting, the Flood Projects Office will provide a status update on board-sponsored U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects that protect urban areas in the Central Valley. This picture here captures Sacramento in the upper left corner, Natomas along the bottom portion of the photo, and then West Sac. So 3 urban areas, kind of all in one photo, as most are familiar with. The status update next month will familiarize the board with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects. Many of you are intimately familiar with these projects, and with a couple of new board members, we thought it'd be very fruitful for you all to hear this overview. The update will also provide context to how the projects align with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. It will describe their value in protecting people and infrastructure in urban areas, providing the current status of each project, including the funding status, construction status, including upcoming construction activities scheduled for this year, and then any upcoming milestones or board actions that the board can expect to see this year. So it'll be a pretty comprehensive overview next month. As part of the presentation, the board will receive reference material that provides a concise overview of each Army Corps of Engineers project. It's a great resource to refer to throughout the year to refresh oneself on any given project and its scope, schedule, and budget. I know Todd and his team put a lot of time and effort into developing those those references. So I look forward to sharing those with you. Also, lastly, just want to mention that Todd Bernardi with DWR's Flood Projects Office and his team put a lot of effort in every day to fulfill the non-federal sponsors' responsibilities of day-to-day project management, real estate easements and acquisitions, environmental compliance, and providing the state cost share funding. And of course, Todd and his team work very closely with board staff on a regular basis to ensure that they are well informed of project status and issues as they arise. So I just want to say that we really appreciate this partnership with the board and look forward to moving these projects forward this year. With that, that's the end of my update. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
One of the questions I had, and maybe we can discuss this after Wade's presentation. You heard the presentations from the Corps and on their inspections and some of the concerns they had. My concern here is, Jeremy, somehow we do these inspection reports and the issue of, okay, these are the inspections, what are we doing about it? What actions are we doing? And I think in the last several years, due to, people paying attention to the eligibility of these LMAs for PL 8999, the PL 8499, and the issues that have been raised by the FMAP, or funding raised by the FMAP as being helpful to the local areas. We're not getting a message across that although we've got a lot of these inspections going on and so on, that there's a lot of work that's being done, and a lot more work in the last few years as we concentrated on really taking the remedial action outlined by these inspection requirements. And I'm concerned about, leaving the message with the public that we've got all these problems with these levees and nothing's being done, which I think is not true. And so I think we need to all think about how we can better, although we've got a lot of work to do, there's these inspection reports are very valuable in that regard. We also got to get the message across that we're doing quite a bit. And Three Rivers, for example, is a good example of that. It's a multi-benefit project that is one of the better ones in the system, thanks to the work that was done by local agencies and the EIP program that the DWR had going, and so on and so on. So there's a lot being done here that somehow we're not getting across very well. And the inspections or reports tend to leaving the message with the public that everything's going to hell in a handbasket, and we've got to do a better job. And so I think we need to all think about that, how we can get that. Yeah, there's problems, and inspections are really an important part of it. But we need to emphasize that we're doing quite a bit of that remedial action also. And I've asked Michael Wright maybe to speak after Wade finishes his report as to how the board staff views this whole situation and what they're doing with DWR staff to make sure that these inspections are followed up on. I mean, they're just not inspections and we're not doing anything about it. We're actually doing things about it. So anyway, just a thought that's crossed my mind, and I'm concerned, obviously, of some of the board members, as you heard this morning. So anyway, just a thought.
Through the chair?
Yeah.
I'd just like to echo your comments as it relates to the 8499. But I also want to thank our speaker and thank him and his department for the work that they do, especially during these trying times of this pandemic. And just want to say that I really enjoy reading these reports every month. I get a lot of information. Some of it I knew, some of it didn't know. But I know that Board Member Dolan and myself really appreciate the fact that the work that is being done on the forecasted coordinated operations. To me, that's a very important piece of flood control. And I mean, we saw how it, the lack of it in '86 and how the impacts that it had in Yuba County. And since that time, working through that progress, it's really become more perfected through the coordination of the Department of Water Resources with those operators for Bullards and Orville and such. So just want to make that comment about that.
Thank you, Board Member Grego, for those comments. I really appreciate that on behalf of DWR. And yes, we are looking forward to more modernization of our forecasting capabilities, as you know, through the forecast coordinated operations, and then moving forward into forecast informed operations. And of course, research and data is a huge part of that. And so we're constantly trying to improve our ability to forecast through some of the atmospheric river research programs that we need continued support for. So it's a plug there just for everyone to continue to support those important research and data collection programs. So thank you for those comments. And President Edgar, I couldn't agree more that this is really a big messaging piece. And there's probably a number of opportunities. One opportunity I'm thinking of is the 2022 update to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, with the accomplishments summary that Mary Jimenez and others are working on. There might be room there to highlight some of the progressive actions that the board has taken over the past couple of years since the 2012 and 2017 plans were adopted. In terms of O&M, the board's spent a lot of time focusing on improving operations and maintenance, working with the department. So there's definitely room for improved messaging. And as we saw earlier, each local maintaining agency has a unique situation. And so I think highlighting that unique situation is important, because just because something's rated unacceptable may not mean that it's likely to fail in the next flood event. And so it's a matter of meeting the letter of the law in the O&M manuals and the inspection criteria, as compared to that practicality of what's really important, what's at risk, and what is the real likelihood of something failing during a flood event. So I agree, and we're happy to start working with you on, or continue working with you on the messaging of the inspection results and findings, and what we've all been doing to work with the local maintaining agencies over time. We started back when I was in the inspection program, modernizing the program with the way we collect data and the way we report on it. And now fast forward 15 years, we're providing state funding to our flood maintenance assistance program to help the LMAs bolster their inspections. So a lot of great work's been done. A lot has happened in between, and I think there's a lot of room for improvement still, but we're kind of on the right trajectory with some of the deferred maintenance programs and some of that FMAP funding that I mentioned. So thank you for your comments.
Okay, I think we're ready for Wade now at this point.
Wade, I had a comment, Bill. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't want Jeremy to get the big head here, but I wanted to also thank him for doing such a great job with the report that we get each month. It's clear, it highlights important areas, and I find it very useful. I also just agree with the comments you just made. I think you're right on identifying what we need to do there. And finally, I know we have this inspection report coming up, and you did mention it. So I want to say, I feel this report was the clearest inspection report I've ever read before. So you're making great headway in producing something that's understandable. So I just want to thank you for them.
I appreciate those comments, Board Member Benjamin. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comments? Okay, Jeremy, let's proceed with Wade.
Great. Thank you all.
All right. and get those slides up there for us. Good morning, President Edgar.
Morning,
and
Wade.
members of the board. Morning. My name is Wade Wiley. I am the chief of the Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Branch. Today, with the help of Sterling York, a senior engineer from our Flood Project Inspection sections, and Rajmani Subedi, our senior engineer from our LMA Assessment section, we will be presenting the 2020 Inspection and Local Maintaining Agency Report. Next slide, please. So before we start, I would like to provide a little background on our authority to do inspections, what it is we inspect, how, and how the report sharing the results of those inspections has evolved over time. So under the authority of Water Code 8360, 8370, and 8371, DWR performs a verification inspection of the maintenance of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project levees performed by the local responsible agencies, or like we call them, the local maintaining agencies. And we report to the Corps and the board annually on the status of that levee maintenance accomplished under the provisions of Title 33. Now, there's no specific water code provision directing DWR to inspect and report on the maintenance of the San Joaquin River flood control system, but DWR has performed inspections and provided reports for many years as a matter of practice, and that's consistent with Title 33 as well. So these inspections determine for both river basins if the local agencies are performing their legal and statutory responsibilities pursuant to Water Code 12642 and 12657, and are meeting their legal obligations under assurance agreements with the state to operate and maintain their flood protection project. We also perform other inspections based on agreement with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board and provide an avenue for the LMAs to comply with the LMA reporting requirements. And I want to hit back on that maintenance inspection point. One of the things we talked about earlier with the Corps' inspection is their ratings process looks at the worst case in an LMA and assigns a rating to the whole protection system based on that weakest link, really. They're looking at that weakest link. Our criteria that we use to evaluate the levee maintaining agency's maintenance that they're doing looks at it from a maintenance perspective, or maybe through what you might refer to as a maintenance lens. We will have the same issues identified, and we may even rate the issues the same as the Corps, and largely our criteria is the same with some modification. But when we go to assess the LMA, we don't take the worst one. We look at the whole system and say, is this LMA performing a good maintenance? So any one issue won't necessarily give a LMA an unacceptable rating. It's the total evaluation of their issues that we've identified that we assess to determine that rating for the LMA. So hopefully that provides a little bit of the difference between the two inspections. So next slide, please. So, having said that, most of what we do boils down to inspecting and reporting on the state plan of flood control features. We inspect approximately 1,600 miles of levees twice a year. Once a year, we inspect 26 channels, 56 structures, 15 pumping plants, and approximately 1,500 pipes. And we also inspect around 110 erosion sites. And we do an aerial imagery inspection of 31 designated floodways, and we provide LMA reporting for 84 LMAs. Next slide, please. So many years ago, the results of these inspections and programs were provided as separate reports, and they were presented to the board at different times throughout the year. But at the request of the board, these separate reports were combined into this one report. which itself has evolved over the years. More recent additions to the report include adding LMA responsibility to appropriate pipes and the addition of designated floodway section. And this year, the expansion of our utility crossing inspection section and an update to the report to make it ADA compliant. Next slide, please. So, having provided that background, I'd now like to share what we will be talking about for this year's report. In our presentation today, Sterling will be providing an overview of the contents of the report. He'll discuss some changes to the LMA summary profiles, and then he will present the results of this year's inspections. At that point, he will hand it off to and the results of the utility crossing inspection program. When Raj is finished, I will provide an update on some of our other branch activities. And then I will finish with a discussion of the inspection and assessment branch's goals looking forward. So are there any questions for me before I turn it over to Sterling?
See no one raising their hand there, Wade, so go ahead, please.
All right, next slide, please.
Thank you, Wade. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Sterling York. I am the Chief of Inspection Section A, and I am one of two seniors overseeing the inspection work being done by DWR within the Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Branch. Mike Engelman, the Chief Inspector of Section B, is also today and will provide any necessary support during our presentation. Today, I will be providing an overview of the content of this report. Then I will highlight some of the important changes and will discuss the results of our inspections. This report brings together the results of many programs from DWR and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Some of the programs included in this report are the Sacramento River Bank Erosion Survey, DWR's Flood System Repair Project, and the Corps' PL 8499 eligibility. In the report are the maintenance inspection results for the levees, channels, and structures. Also included are the results of DWR San Joaquin River Erosion Survey and the designated floodway inspection results, and also the LMA annual reporting results. New this year are the results of the USEP inspection. Together, the information provided by these programs helps the inspection section determine the quality of maintenance the maintenance agencies are providing. The report concludes with the flood project inspection and assessment branch activities and accomplishments, as well as the LMA's profiles in Appendix A, B, and C. Next slide, please. The highlights of the inspection program are summarized in the front end of the report, but the core of the results are shown in the LMA summary profiles in Appendix A, B, and C. These summary profiles provide one location for each LMA to review all the data generated from many programs that contribute to the results of the inspection reports. This includes data and results from the inspection branch, the Flood Projects Office, and the Army Corps of Engineers. Next slide. Next slide, please. Year to year, these summary profiles are generated and updated with new information while keeping the same format. However, this year the report was updated to ADA compliant, so there are some differences in the format when compared to last year. These differences are largely cosmetic, such as changing fonts, increasing text size, combining pages, or modifying charts and tables to read properly when using a text reader. However, one change that you may notice is the difference between last year's LMA summary profile and this year's. Next slide. This year's summary table no longer shows results from the previous year's inspections. Instead, it only shows this year's results along with the change displaying improved or worsening conditions. Next slide, please. This next slide, here we have the overall ratings for different elements of the flood project inspection system for 2020. This table shows the results of levees, channels, structures, and pumping plants within the state plan of flood control. Let's take a look at each component individually. Next slide. Okay, looking at the levy inspection results, you can see this year's ratings improved slightly from last year's, but are very similar to the last 5-year results. The improvement was predominantly a result of vegetation management within the San Joaquin system. One difference this year that I'd like to point out is a 3-year grace period for the 2017 storm damage sites has come to an end. The 2017 storm damage sites that have not been repaired are now reclassified as erosion or seepage sites and are now rated. We performed an analysis of these remaining sites and did not see any significant change in any of the LMA's overall ratings. Looking at the graph, there were 38 levies receiving an acceptable rating. 14 of these have received the same acceptable rating over the last 5 years. 27 levies received minimal acceptable ratings. Many of these areas could have received an acceptable rating this year had the inspection not identified an unacceptable rated issue in those areas. Finally, 41 of the levies received an unacceptable rating, and 37 of them have received that same unacceptable rating over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. As in previous years, the most common maintenance deficiency identified by our inspectors have to do with vegetation management. This year's results show 13 of the 41 levies receiving unacceptable ratings could have improved to an acceptable rating if the LMAs improved their vegetation management. Moving on to channels, next slide, please. The 2020 channel inspection results stayed consistent with last year's, with only one channel rated as unacceptable. The 26 channels we report on are non-levy project channels specifically called out in the water code and the Corps' O&M manuals. Our inspectors evaluate the channels at specific locations where there are restrictions to the channels, like bridges or road crossings. Excessive vegetation, debris, erosion, or other factors that may impact the capacity of the channels are used in the rating analysis of each channel. The main issue driving channel rating is usually vegetation. Next, we have the results of the structures. Next slide, please. Structure maintenance is consistent over the last 5 years also, with some fluctuation between acceptable and minimally acceptable ratings. The difference in the total of number of structures that you see between 2016 and 2018 is a result of splitting up various structures that previously were treated as one structures. No new structures were added to the inspections. Next slide. Next, we are looking at the results of the pumping plant inspections. The pumping plant ratings worsened from last year, with 8 being rated acceptable and 5 as minimally acceptable. This was due to 3 of the pumping plants having been vandalized or having faulty equipment. Next slide. Our inspectors also perform inspections of 31 designated floodways within the Sacramento and San Joaquin drainage basin on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. Inspectors use the latest aerial imagery to perform floodway inspections from Google Earth imagery. They identify encroachments within the floodway that may impact the capacity of the floodway or require board encroachment permits. Identified encroachments are documented in our database. Due to the lack of new aerial imagery this last year, only about 25% of the designated floodways could be inspected this year. Despite the lack of imagery, an additional 135 encroachments were added in 2020. Total encroachments identified to date is over 7,600. Next slide. The pie chart shows the designated floodway inspections. The orange section represents encroachments within the floodway without proper board permits. Of the over 7,600 encroachments identified, only 13 of these have permits. Nearly 50% of all the encroachments identified are structures. The remaining encroachments consist of crops, utilities, and other items like fences, equipment, and other debris piles. We found bridges are the most likely to have permits at about a 50% compliance. All other categories of encroachment have a much lower compliance rate. We have shared our findings with the board staff and are ready to assist on however we can. With that, it brings me to the end of my portion of the presentation. Are there any questions for me?
Do we see any questions, Leslie or Ryan?
Here, Mr. President.
Through the
I
chair.
see no questions as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, with that, if there's no further questions, I'd like to turn the time over to Raj, who will present the LMA reporting and the USEP program. Go ahead, Raj.
Thank you, Sterling. Good morning, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Razvani Subedi. I'm the chief of the local maintaining agency assessment section, and I manage the LMA reporting program. Today, I'll be giving you a brief update on this year's activities and the results of the program. Now, for a quick background, the LMA reporting program was established by Assembly Bill 156 in 2007 and is codified in Water Code Section 9140 and 9141. It requires annual reporting on operation and maintenance activity for project levies as well as for certain non-project levies. Water Code 9140 requires that the LMA report annually to the DROR, and 9141 requires that we, in turn, report that information to the board. The intent is to obtain information beyond what is observed by DROR inspectors. We are looking for the local operators' perspective of their problems with the levies and their priorities for levy maintenance, in addition to the information on costs. Next slide, please. There are 5 parts to the information we request from the LMS. In part 1, we ask for information that is relevant to the levee's condition or performance, such as vegetation issues, encroachments, sediment accumulation, and berm erosion. In part 2, we ask for information relevant to levee integrity and non-conditions that might impair or compromise the level of flood protection provided by the levee, such as seepage, boils, boreholes, levee erosion, levee instability, cracks, and penetration deficiencies. In part 3, we ask for a summary of maintenance performed during the previous fiscal year. This is also the part in which LMAs have the opportunity to provide responses to DROR inspection items, which the DROR inspectors see during their next inspection cycle. In part 4, we ask for a list of maintenance activities planned for the current fiscal year, as well as estimated cost of operations and maintenance of the levy in the current fiscal year. In part 5, we ask for supporting information and any other readily available information that is in the records of the LMA relevant to the condition or maintenance of the levy. Examples are updates to emergency action plans, as-builts, permits, memoranda of understanding, and studies. Next slide, please. Each of the LMAs are required to submit the 5-part summary. There are 106 geographical levied areas that have been identified as required to report, and those 106 levied areas are represented by 84 different LMAs. Of those 106 areas, 99% reported in 2020. Until 2019, LMAs submitting at least one of the 5 parts were considered compliant. However, the bar was raised last year, requiring a response to all 5 parts to be considered compliant. Last year's reporting compliance was much better compared to the last 4 years, when it was between 93 and 95%. Since the implementation of new reporting system in 2019, the percentage of reports that were received electronically has been steadily increasing. The LMAs that did not report electronically sent us the hard copy reports, which we entered into the system manually. Next slide, please. For part 3, 92% of the reports that we received provided a summary of maintenance activities performed during the previous fiscal year. The graph shows the major maintenance categories, which were similar to the ones reported in 2019. As an example of vegetation in 2020, 91% of the reporting levied areas stated that they performed vegetation control during the previous fiscal year, whereas in 2019, 82% of the areas stated that they performed vegetation control. As in previous years, vegetation management was the dominant activity, followed by rodent control, levee repair, levee crown maintenance, and enforcement control. Next slide, please. For part 4, 92% of the reports that we received provided a list of maintenance activities planned for the current fiscal year. Again, as reported in previous years and as shown in the graph, the major categories are vegetation control, rodent control, levee crown maintenance, and levee repairs. As part of our efforts to benefit current repair and flood planning programs, we began providing the individual LMA cost for operation and maintenance per levee mile in the 2020 Part 4 summaries in appendices A and B. Our goal for this year is to also provide system-wide budget information in the annual report, such as cost breakdown by maintenance category, basin, and urban versus non-urban areas. Next slide, please. We did not organize in-person workshop in DWR facilities last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but we were able to provide virtual trainings to the LMAs that requested assistance in filling out the online reporting system. We distributed the training handouts from 2019 workshop to the LMAs for additional reference. The user guide is also available in the LMA reporting system and can be accessed through the CDEC website. Like last year, we mailed the annual reporting reminder to all LMAs, including instructions and hard copy forms. We also contacted the LMAs that missed the reporting deadline and reduced the number of non-reporters from 6 to 1. Next slide, please. The annual inspection and LMA report, as well as individual inspection reports, are accessible on CDEC. Also, CDs and hard copies of the annual report will be distributed to each LMA and to counties and libraries within the LMA's jurisdiction. The raw data from the LMA reporting can be accessed by the LMAs through the LMA reporting system. Next slide, please. The information provided through our program has several benefits. It provides a local perspective of system performance and a knowledge of maintenance challenges and management practices that we otherwise would not have. Also, the data provide information for flood emergency preparedness and system-wide financial information for flood planning. The issues raised can be informative to allocating future levee improvement funding, like the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program and the Flood System Repair Project, and may result in cost share enhancement for certain DWR grant and repair programs. To fully realize these benefits, we depend on receiving quality information from the LMAs. In general, about 85% of the levied areas provide sufficient information for all 5 parts. We are striving to improve the reporting quality of the remaining 15% of the reports by providing more feedback and performing outreach. Finally, the LMA reporting system provides LMAs a pathway to Water Code 9140 compliance and provides LMA with secure management of their inspection data. Next slide, please. Now I want to move into another topic, which is Utility Crossing Inspection Program, or USEP in short. We will briefly discuss the background of this program, including the current 5-year inspection cycle, and then we will see the results of utility inspection from the last couple of years. We will then wrap up this discussion with what is ahead for the program. Next slide, please. The USEP program consists of identifying and inspecting all the utility crossings in the entire 1,600 miles of State Plan of Flood Control, or SPFC levees, including Sacramento and San Joaquin River flood control projects. The first phase of this program was to identify and document all the utility crossings that go through the levees. We call that the desk study phase. The desk study collected data through the review of drawings, as-built, levee log, permits, and other records. This process identified approximately 7,500 utility crossings. Out of those, 70% of the utility crossings are either irrigation pipes or drainage pipes, and the remaining 30% are other types of crossings, such as electrical power lines, pressurized gas lines, drinking water, sewer, and other communication conduits. After identifying these crossings in desk study process, the next phase was to field verify the utility crossings and perform field inspection. Next slide, please. The utility crossing inspection started in 2012. After completing one round of inspection in early 2016, several updates and enhancements were made to the USEP database, and the field inspection procedures were also optimized. In 2019, we started a new 5-year cycle with an intention to complete all the utility crossings in the system and update the database with new results. For this 5-year cycle, we're planning to perform at least 20% of the pipe inspections annually. In 2019, we performed less than 20% of the inspection due to resources constraints. Last year, we were on target with 1,500 inspections. In the coming years, we hope to inspect more pipes and complete this round of inspection by 2024. Next cycle, please. Next slide, please. This is one of the tools available to view the data from USEP. This tool is called FERIX, which stands for Flood Emergency Response Information Exchange. At DLWR, we have multiple online programs hosted in FERIX platform, and USEP is one of them. This tool requires a username and a password to view the data, and the website address is shown in the slide. The best feature of this tool is the ability to visually navigate the map view of the entire state plan of flood control levy system, including the LMAs and units. Each tiny circle in the map shown in this slide represents a utility crossing representing different colors depending on their ratings. This tool also facilitates search function and has the ability to export a report for selected utility crossing. A sample of such report is shown in the slide. This tool has a dynamic connection to the USEP database where all the data is stored. Any utility crossings data updated after the most recent field inspection gets the new data in a seamless way. This tool is only for data visualization, and the actual data update is performed using another program, which we'll discuss in the next slide. Next slide, please. This is the most important tool for USEP data update, where all the background works happen, including data entry and inspection report update. This is an LMA USEP online tool and can be accessed through the CDEC website. It also requires a username and a password to access this tool. The major difference between this and the FERIX tool is that this does not have a map view. This tool consists of several tables, including various lists, drop-down menus, and some multiple selection tools to help update the USEP database immediately after field inspection or this study or any available updated information regarding other documentation. This tool is primarily used by our group to edit the data and continuously make updates to the reports based on the best available information. As mentioned before, any updates made to this tool will also be available through FERIX Data Viewer, as both these tools are connected to the USEP database. Next slide, please. After completion of USEP inspection, the data is updated with the most recent information and the ratings are assigned. USEP rates pipes as either urgent, non-urgent, or no action needed. Urgent pipes are those with severe pipe integrity or levee integrity issues, such as holes in the pipe, scour on the levee slope, erosion in levee prison, etc. Non-urgent pipes are less severe and may also consist of pipes that is lacking paperwork compliance. No action needed pipes, as the name suggests, has no issues. The USEP ratings are converted to the standard levee inspection rating before being included in the levee inspection reports. Next slide, please. In 2019, we inspected 1,064 pipes at several LMAs as identified in this slide. Out of those pipes, 5% of those were rated as urgent, 73% of the pipes were rated as non-urgent, and the 22% of the pipes were rated as no action needed. Next slide, please. Similarly, in 2020, one back, please. Yes. In 2020, we inspected 1,500 pipes at several LMAs as identified in the slide. Out of those, 3% were rated as urgent, 64% were rated as non-urgent, and 33% were rated as no action needed. The percentage distribution of this result is similar to what we saw in 2019. Next slide, please. In the overall USEP database, so far we have performed inspection of 7,738 pipes in the entire state plan of flood control. The inspection started in 2012 and continued on a regular basis. Combining all the results to date, 3% of the pipes are rated as urgent, 44% are non-urgent, and the remaining 53% are rated as no action needed. The percentage distribution of urgent rating are similar to the last couple of years. There is some change between non-urgent and no action needed distribution due to the incorporation of lessons learned from the past inspection cycle. Next slide, please. The next steps for USEP is obviously to continue inspecting utility crossings and complete this 5-year cycle. We'll start another cycle of inspection after the conclusion of this cycle and implement any improvements and enhancement we make during the process. Our data repositories like FERIX and USEP will be updated with the most recent inspection, risk study, and permit process. We will continue to collaborate with our partnering agencies to make the most recent data available for their use and overall to improve the information system of the flood protection system. Are there any questions before I turn it to Wade? We'll continue the presentation.
Joe?
You say here you coordinate with the Corps, USACE. On these utility crossings, what's the extent of your coordination? What exactly do you do?
Thank you, Joe. So when we coordinate with the Corps, we exchange our information. So we have monthly coordination meeting with the Corps and the board. So we discuss about our upcoming and our previous inspections. And as the requests come in about sharing inspection results and more information from our USEP database, so we share information based on the request.
So in a case like RD 784, where we rate it as A and the Corps rates it as unacceptable, how does that get resolved?
So this is the pipe inspection. So far, based on my understanding, the pipe inspection are kind of similar. I'm not sure if you're referring to the Levy inspection results.
It's the utility crossing, the PG&E utility crossing.
For PG&E utility crossings, we are in the process of obtaining more information from PG&E because it is subject to the non-disclosure agreement from their side. So we're trying to get more information for the PG&E lines at this time. So I can't speak about the current status of PG&E lines.
All right, thank you.
Through the
Joe, this is Wade. We provide the Corps the results from our USIP inspection and the data that goes along with it.
I think we lost him, Joe.
We're trying to help the Corps get that data.
Through the chair.
Yes.
So I want to say thanks to Wade for describing the differences between the feds looking at the weakest link and then the state looking at an overall maintenance view of how the districts are going. But you have to admit there's a lot of overlap as it relates to erosion, easements, animal control, or utility crossings. And so I think, for me as a board member, I look at the way you look at these reports. The feds, there's the sticks, of not being able to be in the 8499 program, whereas the state has evolved to this point where it's, more, where they help. I think it was Jeremy that stated that there was some maintenance funding, to help jurisdictions. I think for my comments earlier today, it's about how the feds look at their reports and how they penalize areas that are doing well in the state's eyes as in comparison to their reports. And I guess that's where the angst comes for me, is that these areas that are working hard and it shows through the state's through the state's maintenance checks that they are working hard. And it's just the effort's not being recognized by the Army Corps of Engineers. And there's where the frustration comes, is that instead of doing paperwork to try to resolve this and get back into those programs that are critical to small rural communities, they're spending the time, you know, they could be spending the time repairing what is wrong, whether it's utility crossings or animal erosion or control or erosion. So I think that's where we kind of look at least I kind of look at this issue, is that there's such a discrepancy between what the state and the feds do and how it impacts the communities.
Well, Mary Jane, I think the issue from the Corps standpoint is that they have a checklist, and that checklist is the as-built not as-built, the reports that
the permits.
No, the operating manual. That's their checklist. Everybody has to meet the operating manuals, and you either meet them or you don't meet them. There's no in between. And whether it's a small violation or a big violation, there's no difference. And if you don't meet the criteria in those in that list of things that they have to meet, that criteria, then you get a non-satisfactory, and that's what we have to deal with. That's why I suggested to Leslie, we're going to have to sit down with the Corps and talk to them about that, because they aren't going to change that, I don't think. And we're going to have to get some sort of a I don't know, even though it is a criteria, we're going to have to get some sort of gradation of how serious it is, and those little minor things in the checklist are the problem, I think, and I don't know whether that can be resolved or not, because they're gonna enforce those operating manuals, and we, you know, Joe can speak to this, but I believe in the last Corps, the operating manual on, I believe, the Levy or the project that we just did at Folsom, it took more years to get the manual adopted than it did to build the spillway. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And,
I look forward to our workshop then.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's another way to do it, but there's going to have to be some change to that.
Thank you.
Well, Bill, I think the simple change is, yes, it's not in compliance, but it's not currently a threat to the levee, which they used to have, and they seem to have eliminated that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're going to change the criteria in the operating manual, but I don't know what you went through the one and that they just did, that new operating manual they just came up with. Is there some language in there that allows them to make the finding you just mentioned, that it's maybe it doesn't meet the criteria, but it's not critical to the operation of the facility or something?
Well, they had it. I mean, that's what they did. That's what their reports showed. And then this year they changed it.
Oh, okay.
So I think they have the authority to do it, but for some reason they choose not to apply it.
Oh, well, then I think then that would be a good discussion we would have at our meeting. If they have the authority, and that's been the problem, But if they have the authority and they're not exercising it, then we've got a case to make, I think. Anyway. Okay, let's see, where are we? Wade, are we complete here?
So after this, Wade will continue, but I'll be available if there is any more questions. So next slide is for Wade.
Thanks, Raj. So now that Raj and Sterling have provided the results of our main programs, I'd like to take some time to highlight some of the many other activities that we're doing within the branch. One activity that we're excited about is our work to collect street view imagery for the state plan of flood control levees. When completed, a user will be able to perform a virtual site visit to any portion of the 1,600 miles of levees within our system. To date, we have collected about 1,200 miles of street view imagery, which is a little more than 75% of the state plan of flood control levees. And that's an image of it up there on the top right. And you can rotate and look around. It's just like Google Street View. We're also looking into the use of drone imagery to complement that street view imagery. And together we think that we'll be able to provide, or that imagery really will provide valuable for emergency response, operation and maintenance, environmental studies, enforcement, and permitting. But at this time, the imagery is only available to the inspection section staff. But we are looking into how we can make that available to DWR, the board, and the LMAs as we're able to get funding to do that. So expanding our use of newer technology, we're starting to use Esri's Art Collector application in several of our programs. And that application allows us to take our inspection data, put it into a map that's available to us on our smartphone. And so when our staff is out in the field, they can see where they're at in relation to those identified points, and it helps them locate things easier. So another program we're fond of is the work that we do for the board with permits. Our inspectors are working with the board to ensure active construction projects are complying with the conditions in the associated permit. And the board databases associated with those are updated and accurate with location information for existing encroachments as well. We're also supporting the flood operation branch's efforts to improve flood response capabilities throughout the state. And we do that by providing our inspectors to teach flood fight training courses. This year, our inspectors worked with the flood operation branch staff to develop a virtual flood fight training course, which allowed us to continue training through the COVID-19 pandemic. Though our branch staff were not called out to respond to any major flood events this year, they did respond to multiple calls to the Flood Operations Center. And they provided technical assistance for several erosion sites that we had this last year. They were also called on to respond to post-fire recovery efforts resulting from the state's record fire season. Our inspectors provided technical assistance to California conservation crews on erosion and sediment control measures, provided area reconnaissance, identifying additional sites that needed erosion and sediment control. In all, our staff responded to 4 post-fire recovery efforts, and they spent a portion of October, most of November, and portions of December deployed in support of those efforts. And that resulted in a delay in the completion of the fall inspections and a resulting delay in the completion of the levee inspection report and its posting on CDEC. And though we have completed the hard copy version of the report, we're still in the process of finalizing the ADA compliant digital version. And we will have that posted hopefully by the end of next week. I think today the review of it's supposed to be completed and we'll get final approval on that. So should be an easy step to get it up on the website next week. So though not as exciting as post-fire recovery efforts, we do continue to participate in coordination meetings throughout the year. The meetings we have with the Corps and the board and the local maintaining agencies and others help to ensure good communication and coordination at all levels. So next slide, please. Thank you. Looking forward into 2021, we will continue to coordinate and communicate with all those agencies. And we'll work with them to help the Corps and the LMAs to meet their operational and regulatory challenges. And on a side note, I want to mention how much we appreciate the coordination and collaboration we have with the board staff. Specifically, I'd like to call out Preston Shopbell, Angeles Caliso, Gary Lemon, and Yiguo Liang for their ongoing communication and coordination on all our programs. In our LMA reporting program, we will work to improve the quality of each LMA's reports while we're looking to obtain more detailed budget information, and we will continue to advance the update of the web-based LMA reporting system. And we'll finalize the levy logs that we've been working on. We're going to update those and upload them to CDEC here, hopefully in the next several months. We will continue to perform pipe inspections for at least 20% of the pipes in the system each year. And we will continue to innovate by expanding our use of art collector, working to develop a drone program, and working to find ways to share our street view imagery with our partners. And as always, we will respond to floods and other emergencies such as post-fire recovery efforts if they arise or are requested. Next slide. So yeah, that concludes our presentation on the 2020 Inspection and Local Maintaining Agency Report. I want to thank the board for this opportunity to share our inspection results and showcase some of our many accomplishments. I'd also like to thank all the FPIB staff who worked throughout the year to accomplish all this great work. At this time, I'd like to open it up for any questions.
Do I see any questions? Wade, the one question I had was there's certain work that the division or department, I guess, does on its own, like channel maintenance, and I think there's parts of the water code that give the department certain authority over certain sections. The lawyers told me the section, and they refer to that area as a section 30 something or other authority. Do you report on those at all? Channel maintenance and the other.
Hi, President Edgar. This
on
is
the
Chief
channel.
Sorry, Wade. I was just going
Go ahead.
cite the code section that, or statute that President Edgar was referring to would be the Water Code 8361 is
okay.
The Sacramento River Project sites that DWR is
8361
yes.
area. Okay, and they're okay. Do you report on those at all, or inspect any of those, Wade?
So the channels that we inspect specifically listed out in the report. There are many channels in the Sacramento Basin that Flood Maintenance Office maintains, and they do perform some evaluations of those. Main stem streams like the Feather, the San Joaquin, our inspectors, while they're inspecting the levees along those, will identify encroachments that are out in those channels, but we do not perform a specific channel inspection on those channels.
Okay. And for the sites that DWR has the sole responsibility, the ones that Jeep just pointed out, 8361 sites, do you do anything there? Do you inspect those?
We may inspect some of those. The ones on the list that are in the Sacramento Basin, I think would fall into that category. But Flood Maintenance Office, I think, is the right DWR office to really respond to questions about that.
Okay, and they don't produce a report on that, do they? That you know of? Similar to yours?
I think, well, I'm not familiar with that, if they do.
Okay.
I know they use their inspections and or their evaluations to determine when to do maintenance.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks very much for your report. We appreciate it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Mr. President, sorry, Tim Ramirez had a question, I believe.
Oh, hi, Tim.
Hey, Bill, sorry about that. Just one quick question, and it might be for our folks. I feel like sometimes we're drawn to the things that we think are problematic. There's hundreds of pages of really great information that's really valuable. But the thing that drew my attention was the information about the designated floodways and the thousands of encroachments. And I don't know, Leslie, if we have a good plan at this point, but maybe you could let me know if there is one, if there's a way we're going to use the information that we've collected. And if not, I'd be happy to help think about how we could maybe start someplace where there's an overlap with the local government, where we think there may be priority issues to address. But it'd be nice to find a way to start to sink our teeth into this a little bit so that we have a response to the data now that we have the data.
You and Board Member Countryman have both requested this item be pushed up the list, and this is one of the priority items on our list to be funded and to work on. So we can certainly talk more about that if you like.
Okay, I'd be happy to help and talk with Joe offline about it. Maybe there's things that we could do just to try to initiate some kind of communication with people, to extend, the folks that we have, right? I don't want to put all the burden on your staff. We don't have the bandwidth for that, but maybe there's a way to bring in some other players that can help us make use of the same information.
Certainly.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, you bet, Tim. Okay, let's, before we get into the final items, let's just take a 15-minute break. Okay, we're back in session again. Now that we're finished up with the inspection part of DWR and the Corps, I'd like just to have the board receive a couple of comments from Michael Wright, who I've asked to summarize the activities that may have been not ignored, but haven't been referred to by the speakers. But Michael, do you have a little report here?
Yes, thank you. I'm Michael Wright. I serve as Chief Engineer of the board. Good afternoon, President Egger and members of the board. Just have a couple things to go over on the inspection reports from both DWR and the Corps. But first, before I get into that, I just want to mention, to follow up on Jeremy's report, that we do have board staff that have continued to participate with the department and the department's emergency efforts. We have staff on emergency teams, and we also had several staff deployed during the post-fire watershed work. So I just wanted to offer appreciation to those board staff as well for going above and beyond. For the inspection reports, board staff utilize both DWR and Corps inspection reports. We use those for our enforcement program as well as our PL80 499 assistance efforts. For our enforcement program, staff reviews the inspection reports through a desktop review to seek any potential enforcement cases. And we also check to see if there are any new unpermitted or non-compliant encroachments in the inspection reports that need to be added to our databases. However, typically, we're aware of new encroachments through close coordination with DWR inspectors and the local maintainers prior to DWR's annual inspection report being published. And any new encroachments that are found are prioritized and assigned to staff. Staff also works closely with the department's Utility Crossing Inventory Program, or USIP, which Wade's presentation went over earlier, we use this information to update our databases, which results in an increased communication and flow of information. And we also use the USIP information as a first step to prioritize our enforcement cases, especially on pipes. The USIP program has done a great job to inventory pretty much every pipe that goes through a levee throughout the whole system. And it's a lot of really good information that's very helpful. For our PL 8499 assistance efforts, we work with the local maintainers to prioritize encroachments that were cited in the inspections reports as unacceptable. We also provide information from DWR's inspection report to the Corps to help facilitate Corps inspections, trying to give them as much information before the inspections as possible. The inspection reports are also helpful to determine where required maintenance has been completed or where required maintenance has continually been neglected. And we had an effort a few years ago, the local funding committee, where President Edgar and Vice President Dolan actually, we were having meetings with some of these LMAs that were continually unacceptable to try to get a better understanding of why their inspections continuously came back as unacceptable. So there's a lot of work to do there. And there's a lot of information provided by the inspection reports that board staff utilizes on a day-to-day basis to help prioritize enforcement of dangerous encroachments and to assist our local partners in regaining or maintaining PL 8499 eligibility through the LOIs and the SWIFT program. And that concludes my statement. Thank you, President Edgar.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. I wanted the board to make sure that you understand that we do more than just look at these reports. We actually use it as part of our enforcement program and our concern for getting people back into the eligibility for PL 8499. So thank you, Michael. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's move to.
Well,
yes. Oh, hi, Joe.
I have a comment about that. You know, the reporting is great, and it allows us to get an understanding of where we are. The thing that's distressing about it is we can go through this and find 20 or so districts that have a U unsatisfactory for 5 straight years. And what I haven't seen is something that shows what contacts have we made with these districts and what has their response been. Or we say we don't just look at the report, we're doing something, but I don't have a sense of what we're doing or what the magnitude of what we're doing is. And I just wonder maybe staff could put something together to help us understand that.
We certainly can, and Jane and I are the ones that are on point on that, and we can certainly ask Leslie and actually Ruth has been helping us. Well, many of the staff have, but Ruth, I think, primarily has set us up. So maybe we can have Ruth put a little report together for you on that.
Okay, thanks.
You bet.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Mr. Countryman, your report is right on, comment is right on. We keep verbally saying something when we receive these reports. One's a core periodic report, whenever they get around to a certain levy. The other is the annual report. And then we verbally say what we've done. And I think what's missing is some kind of memo along with that from our staff about efforts that have been made. The non-reporting has gone down every single year. I don't think the number still is 20. And some of them are unnamed entities or state named entities. I think my least favorite is the M&T named, which is not an M&T, it's just on their property. And every 5 years, someone mows down the weeds, and what it protects is the Butte Basin floodway. So it's not something that's put people's lives at risk. And then we have the issue of Lake County, which is extremely complicated. They don't know how to report because their system isn't functional and doesn't actually need to be. So I think what's missing is our reaction to it, other than that we just received them, and I think there needs to be a companion memo that reacts to it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And Leslie, maybe we can have Ruth put together a little report on that, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're on item 10A through C. We've done D, obviously. So 10A, I think Itzia has this report. You want to go ahead, Itzia?
Yes, thank you. So, good afternoon, Board President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Itzia Rivera. I'm board environmental staff. I'm here to introduce Sean Smith and Ben Waitman, DWR Flood Projects Office staff, who have been working on behalf of the board and in coordination with board staff on the Marysville Ring Levy project. Sean will be providing a brief overview of the Marysville Ring Levy project, phases 2B and 3 utility relocation, and Ben will be providing an update on the supplemental environmental assessment, initial study, mitigated negative declaration prepared for the project and for which the board is the CEQA lead. And with that, I invite Sean and Ben to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Itzia. This project, for those who don't know, has been going on, Joe, for how long? Years? You're on mute, Joe. Anyway.
Sorry, yeah, it's at least 20, I'd say.
20 years, yeah. Okay. Ben, you're too young to remember that, I know. Okay, Ben?
This is Sean Smith. I'll be introducing the project.
Okay.
Good afternoon, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Sean Smith. I'm the project manager of the Marysville Ring Levy project for DWR in coordination with board staff. I'm here today to introduce Ben Waitman from our office, who will be presenting the supplemental environmental assessment and impact study for utility relocations on the Marysville Ring Levy project phases 2B and 3. Today is an informational presentation, and we will be back next month for certification. Next slide, please. This project is a collaboration between the Army Corps of Engineers, the Marysville Levy District, and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board in coordination with the Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. We have the next slide, Ryan. Thank you. Today, we are going to give you a brief project history, background on the environmental process, an environmental status update, and we'll discuss future board actions. Next slide, please. Phases 2B and 3 are part of the seepage and stability improvements being implemented with the overall Marysville Ring Levy project to protect the city of Marysville. Authorization for this project began in 1999. The PPA and LPPA for the project were certified by this board in 2010, and previous supplemental environmental assessments and initial studies were adopted by the board in 2018 and 2019. Next slide, please. Shown here is the location of the overall Marysville Ring Levy project at the confluence of the Feather and Yuba Rivers, about 50 miles north of Sacramento. Next slide, please. Phases 2B and 3 are southeast of the city of Marysville on the right bank of the Yuba River. Phase 2B is located between Highway 70 and Ramirez Street, and Phase 3 runs along Levy Road between Ramirez Street and Olson Court. Utilities are to be relocated out of these levee sections and placed adjacent to the levee. Next slide, please. Phases 2B and 3 include utility relocations for electrical transmission and distribution lines, as well as gas transmission and distribution lines. These relocations will include the placement of approximately 110 electrical poles and 1,000 feet of pipe. The work is scheduled to begin in August 2021 and will be completed by May 2022. And I'll now pass it on to Ben Waitman from our office.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Ithia. Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, Board President Edgar, members of the board. As Sean mentioned, my name is Ben Waitman. I'm an environmental scientist at the Department of Water Resources, working in coordination with board staff on the Marysville Ring Levy project. Next slide, please. Oh, I think that's the correct slide. The environmental impacts of the Marysville Ring Levy project were first analyzed in the 2010 Marysville Ring Levy Yuba River Basin, California Environmental Assessment Initial Study. After project design changes to phases 2B and 3 of the Marysville Ring Levy project, a supplemental environmental assessment initial study, or EAIS, was prepared, and the board adopted a mitigated negative declaration, or MND, for phases 2B and 3 in 2019. Levy improvements analyzed as part of phases 2B and 3 of the Marysville Ring Levy project require the relocation of gas and electric utilities, and utilities would be relocated outside of areas analyzed in the 2019 supplemental EAIS MND. Therefore, a supplemental EAIS MND to the 2019 document has been prepared to analyze the environmental impacts of the utility relocation. Next slide, please. The supplemental EAIS MND includes a discussion of the potential environmental effects of the project, as well as appropriate avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures. The document concludes that all potential environmental effects of the project would be less than significant after incorporation of mitigation measures. Next slide, please. The supplemental EAIS MND has undergone public outreach. The document was available for public review from December 11th through January 11th, and a virtual public meeting was held on December 15th. And we received no comments from members of the public. Next slide. After environmental review, we recommend that the board consider adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan and certify the Marysville Ring Levy Phase 2B and 3 utility relocation supplemental EAIS MND at the February 26th board meeting. Next slide, please. Thank you. And with that, we'll take any questions on the EAIS MND.
Okay, do we see any questions at this point? Any questions from the board?
I don't see any questions from the board, President Edgar.
Okay.
I have nothing, Mr. President.
Okay, this will be an item that board will be required to act on at its February meeting. This has been an informational report. This is further refinement of the report that we had in last year, in which we looked at this mitigated negative declaration. Okay, thank you, Ben, Sean, and Itzia. We'll move on to item B, 10B, and Andrea Buckley has this one.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. My name is Andrea Buckley. I'm the Chief of Environmental Services and Land Management Branch here at the board, and I'm here to present a requested action by board staff to approve Resolution 2021-01. Next slide, please, Ryan. The requested action before you today is the adoption of the 2021-01 board delegation of government-to-government consultation to the executive officer with the authority to redelegate as necessary. Next slide, please, Ryan. I'd like to give a little context to this request by introducing some of the more recent executive orders and policies coming from both the governor's office and the California Natural Resources Agency as they relate to tribal engagement. In September 2011, Governor Brown issued Executive Order B-1011, which provides, among other things, that it is the policy of the administration that every state agency and department subject to executive control and development is to adopt a tribal consultation policy. The purpose of the policy is to ensure effective government-to-government consultation with California Native American tribes on policies and programs that have the capacity to affect tribal communities. In compliance with this order, on November 20th, 2012, California Natural Resources Agency adopted a tribal policy. This policy outlines outreach and consultation, the appointment of tribal liaisons and committees, access to the tribal representatives through the California Native American Heritage Commission, and training of agency personnel on tribal matters. Most departments under California Natural Resources Agency, including the Department of Water Resources, have adopted the policy that was adopted by California Natural Resources, and the board has also adopted this policy on March 25th, 2016. A copy of this policy was included in the staff report as attachment B for your reference. Next slide, please. In September 2014, Governor Brown signed Assembly Bill 52, which created, among other things, a new category, tribal cultural resources, that must be considered under the California Environmental Quality Act. AB 52 adds tribal cultural resources to the category of cultural resources under CEQA, which has been formally limited to historical, archaeological, and paleontological resources. In 2019, Governor Newsom reaffirmed his predecessor's order with Executive Order N-1519, which established the Truth and Healing Council, which seeks to clarify the historical relationship between the state of California and California Native Americans in the spirit of truth and healing. Next slide, please, Ryan. And most recently, you've heard from DWR's tribal liaison, Anacita Augustines, about the governor's Statement of Administrative Policy, Native American Ancestral Lands. This policy encourages state entities to seek opportunities to support California tribes' co-management of and access to natural lands that are within California's tribes' ancestral land and that are under the ownership and control of the state of California. It also seeks to work cooperatively with California tribes that are interested in acquiring natural lands that are in excess of state needs. As an in-fee property holder through the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District, we look forward to learning more about the implementation and how to support this policy. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to familiarize you with the authorities granted here to approve the delegation to the executive officer. As I previously stated, the board manages and controls Sacramento and San Joaquin drainage property pursuant to California Water Code 8502. Water Code Section 8571 allows the board to adopt, amend, and repeal rules to promote convenient, orderly, and just conduct of the business of the board and of the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District. Next slide, please, Ryan. Specifically, the authority to delegate where the board may, by resolution or written agreement, delegate other duties and responsibilities to the executive officer, the director of the department, or others with the authority to redelegate. Slide, please. We do have some existing precedent for delegation of duties to the executive officer by the board. I would like to call out the approval of this resolution today has no bearing on these previously approved delegations, and those would remain in effect. Next slide, please. And I'd like to call out next steps subsequent to your approval today. We believe this delegation will streamline the board's interaction and engagement with tribal communities, and we expect to have a busy next couple years in regards to this engagement. As always, we will continue to inform the board on our ongoing tribal engagement efforts and look forward to your feedback and direction. On the horizon, most notably, we have the 2022 CVFPB update. Currently, there are pre-engagement consultations scheduled for early 2021 with tribal communities that have expressed interest in greater involvement in future planning efforts during the development of the 2017 Central Valley Flood Protection Update. These meetings will take prior to the mail out of consultation letters that typically start consultation processes. Additionally, there will be outreach to all tribes that are geographically and culturally affiliated with the plan area. And this communication will be informative on the scope and the schedule of the 2022 update and how tribes can be involved in the process. Also on the horizon, we have the Yolo Bypass Cash Loop Partnership effort, which the board is a CEQA lead, and engagement will be warranted in that instance as well. The board's current strategic priorities include supporting the governor's executive order N1519 and the Statement of Administrative Policy Native American Ancestral Lands, and as a property owner, engagement with tribal communities on the implementation of these policies is expected. Next slide, please. And with that, I bring you back to the board staff recommendation to adopt Resolution 2021-01 in substantially the form provided as Attachment A of the staff report, delegating government-to-government delegation consultation to the executive officer. Next slide. And with that, I'm available to take any questions on item 10B, adoption of Resolution 2021-01.
Thank you, Andrea. I think I understand, we need to do this and to expedite the work and the real work that needs to be done with this consultation and so on. But I don't want the board to be left out of the process, particularly on the plan. So I want you to make sure that you include in your timeline periodic updates to the board in which the tribal representatives can be present and make comments and involve themselves with any concerns they have directly with the board, because that's really what we promised them. For example, in the last update of the plan, that we wouldn't come to them at the last minute. And I understand what you're doing here, because we don't do real work. You guys do. The staff that has to do the real work, and putting these documents together, getting out the notices, making the phone calls, all of that needs to be done at the staff level. But I want to make sure that the tribal communities feel a connection with the board, and that can only be done through like a quarterly presentation or update to the board to make sure that we're in connection with them. And I'm kind of echoing, I think, Mary Jane's concern about that. Just going to them when we need something, rather than just involving ourselves in getting to know them as individuals, and that's what we'd like to do. So anyway, any other questions from the board?
Yes.
President, sorry. Board Member Ramirez had a comment after you, Mary Jane.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, President Egger. Thank you for relaying my sentiments, and I just want to kind of expand on that too, because I support the recommended action here. I just feel like board members, especially if they live in the areas where local tribes are being contacted, and they'd be given an opportunity to at least attend these type of meetings if they're available. And one thing I've learned through working with some of our local tribes here in the region is that they're put off when they don't get to speak to the decision makers. They need to be, and I don't know if this government to government is just staff to staff or it's decision makers to decision makers. I'm not clear on that, but I do know that with some of the tribes that I've had contact with, they like to be important enough to have local decision makers there at the table. It's important to them. And it's a respect thing. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that if we're available, that we have the opportunity to attend some of these meetings. That's my preference.
Tim?
Thanks, Bill. You and Mary Jane both covered the point I wanted to make. I just wanted to flag for the same reasons that I think we have a responsibility and an obligation to be part of this discussion, and I don't want the resolution to suggest otherwise. I understand us needing to be nimble and responsive as well, and I think having staff delegated in that capacity would allow us to do that. So I appreciate both of your comments, and you made the point that I wanted to also raise, so thank you for doing that.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd be happy to make the motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Ramirez, seconded by Mary Jane Griego. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that's a unanimous decision, 5 members present for item 10B. Thank you, members. Members, we're on to item 10C. And Mike Salazzo, our new employee, has this report. Michael?
Hi, good afternoon. Looks like we had the presentation up. Great. Thanks. Thanks, Ryan. So good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Mike Salazzo with the Plan Implementation and Compliance Branch of the board. I, along with Rich Lee of the Department of Water Resources, will be presenting DWR's request to send a no objection letter to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to initiate its review of the Old Sutter Pumping Plant Rehabilitation Project's application for a permit under Section 408 of the Code of Federal Lake Regulations. I will lead off with a short discussion of the requested board action. Then Rich will discuss the project, including its location and scope of work. And I will conclude with board staff's recommendation. The presentation is brief, so I would request that you hold your questions until the end, unless it is something to clarify the information presented. With that, we're ready to go ahead and get started. So Ryan, next slide. All right. As I said, the requested board action is to send the Corps statement of no objection or a no objection letter to initiate the 408 review. Board staff reviewed DWR's request and project files, and we concluded that the project meets the basic requirements to go forward with the process. DWR proposes to conduct landward levee work only along the east levee of the Sutter Bypass at 3 pumping plants. The project consists of improvements to existing facilities and should have no significant impact on the Sacramento River Flood Control Project, nor should it negatively impact the public interest. The board will provide the required as-built drawings and information for the Corps to update the O&M manual, and we agree to take on the O&M responsibilities upon completion of the project. Construction will occur outside of the flood season over 2022 and 2023. An initial study mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project by DWR's lead agency, which and it shows that there's no significant environmental impacts. More importantly, this request today, which is to send the Corps the no objection letter, doesn't qualify as a project under CEQA. Further, there's no real estate acquisitions required for the project, and the project meets the criteria for categorical permission under the Section 408 process, and it should expedite the review. Ryan, next slide. At this time, I'll turn it over to Rich Lee to discuss the project. Rich?
Yes. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Madam Vice President Dolan, and the rest of the board members. My name is Rich Lee, and I'm with DWR, and I'm filling in for Eric McGrath today. And I'll try to do my best to answer any questions you may have at the end of this presentation. So as you can see from the map here, that the location of pump plant number 3 is to the west of Yuba City, next to Sutter Bypass. And pump plant number 2 is to the south, again, adjacent to Sutter Bypass. And then pumping plant number 1 is in between Highway 113 and Yuba City. Sutter Bypass, excuse me. Ryan, can you go to the next slide, please? And here you can see the project sites, Plant 1, Plant 2, and Plant 3, showing where we're going to be doing the work and where our request from Army Corps will be for. Ryan, can you have the next slide please? And again, the project description is to remove the 2 remaining old pumping plant buildings located at pumping plants 1 and 2. We're going to extend the gravity pipes under the old building footprint and install new trash racks at each of the pump station's gravity pipes. We want to create an all-weather gravel pad for each of the old building locations for the maintenance crews and construct a new stop log system at the extended gravity pipes of pumping plant number 3. Dewatering and backfilling of the large sump at plant number 3 is also required for this, and installing temporary sheet piles at pumping plant number 3 gravity pipes and at all 3 active pumping plants to create a dry working environment. And to construct the stop log structures upstream of the trash racks at active pumping plant intakes. And now I'll turn it over to Mike. Ryan, can you go to the next, please? Thank you. Mike, you are muted.
Thanks, Rich. Sorry about that. Just to conclude that the presentation, staff requests that the board approve the draft no objection letter provided in the staff report and to delegate authority to the executive officer to sign and send the letter to the Corps. Board staff can then coordinate with the Corps with the 408 process. And that ends the presentation. Rich and I will be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mike. Board have any questions on this matter? Or see any? Okay. We don't have any. Could I have a motion second for the board on this?
I move to approve.
Okay.
I'll second.
Second, thank you, Brian. Okay, it's been moved by Joe Countryman, second by Brian Johnson, that a no objection letter be prepared to the Corps of Engineers and requesting 408 permit be approved. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that's approved by all members aside. Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, we're on to items 11. At this point, members, we're on items 11, executive officers reports. Leslie, do you have any, if you could, we received your executive officers report, but it came in late. I don't know whether any of the board had a chance to read it. Could you just take 30 seconds and summarize your report, please?
Certainly, I would just call your attention to the advisory committee rundown, and perhaps board members Dolan or Johnson would like to elaborate on that in the next item. There was also a timeline that was included as a link to the report if you clicked on it. The coordinating committee also, for those board members who were unable to make that, there were links to all the presentations that were done there. And I would just note also that we had a new org chart that was sent out if anyone had any questions about that. I think that's already been discussed with the board, the new section, branch section that we
under programs and projects. That's Ruth
Correct.
Marling.
Yeah.
Does she have any employees working for her yet?
No, none of those positions have been, those new positions have been filled.
Okay. So I'm sensing Ruth's position is just a kind of a, we give her projects that no one else wants or she's doing a great job, and it just looks like she's got all the interface projects and coordination projects, and so on, especially in the planning area. But anyway, that's good though.
Through the chair, I think that I think that's an excellent idea. It recognizes her ability, gives her that management designation, and certainly defines projects that are not permits, not enforcement, not inspections, but are very important. So it is interdepartmental, but it also is plan updates, which is that. And she's got responsibility for the advisory committee. That alone is full time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I like the work she's doing, you know, in terms of coordinating with Chris Janelle's division, the department. That's a full-time job. Just for the just for the board's information, when some of us were appointed in 2012, I think we had maybe dozen employees or so. We're now up to 63 positions. That includes us, of course, and that's a pretty good staff at this point. And so I think it shows the support we've been given and a growth in the organization. So that's good. Okay, Leslie, thank you. Are there any questions from the board members on any of the sub-reports, administration, operations, implementation, and environmental services? And I guess, is Ruth going to prepare her own report from now on, Leslie? Is that the way you're going to be doing this?
Typically, the report that's provided from her programs is included in one of the other EO reports. We did put the advisory committee in the catch-all that I submit late because the meeting was after the deadline for those.
Okay.
Yes, certainly if it's a new branch, we'll be having an additional report.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other questions on that? Okay, we're on item 12. Board comments and committee updates. Do we have any comments from the board? Brian, did I see your hand?
No, somebody suggested that Jane or I might chime in. I think the written summary actually does a really nice job, so I'm not going to repeat things. I would encourage folks, if you haven't, to take a look at the timeline. There's a lot of work being done by the advisory committee. Ruth's doing a heroic job. There's a lot left to be done, but I'm encouraged by what's been happening.
Great. Okay, anything else? All right, let's move to item 13, and this is the upcoming meetings and topics for the board. We got the February workshop, and that workshop will be on Title 23. Jeet has a little agenda that he's going to be putting together, relates to the items that have been submitted to the Office of Administrative Law, the items that we're working on, and future items for that presentation. So that looks like it'll be a good workshop. On Title 23, which is our marching orders, those are our that's the authority under which we operate, as you know.
Mr.
Coordinating. Jane?
I feel the need to say what I've said before. We are not going to have a workshop on Title 23. It is a very large document that its totality is not ours. And I think it is important that we say what section it is that we are going to be discussing. And I'm hoping it's Title 23 Division 1 standard section and submitting it for the actual rulemaking so that we can then move on to the other parts that we need to update.
Right. Thank you, Jane. That's good clarification. Coordinating committee on the 24th, board meeting on the 26th, and then coordinating committee on March 24th. then we'll be advised. Do we have a next date for the advisory committee?
Yes, it's Tuesday, February 23rd, 9 to noon. The committee makes its next meeting at its meeting. They don't have a regular schedule. So
No, that was clear before. So give me that again. That's
Tuesday, February
23rd. Okay.
9 to noon. And you're all welcome to join the 93 that already participate.
That's also noted in the EO report, Mr. President, the next date. So we can also update the calendar.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. And putting that timeline that DWR put in will give you an idea of when documents are delivered for the conservation strategy, which is a year ahead of plan update. So busy year.
Yeah. Okay, then. All right. We're on 14, which is our closed session, and we're going to. Oh, Joe?
That's Tim.
Oh, Tim. Right.
Sorry. I'm happy to be confused with Joe. That's totally acceptable. Just a quick comment, and maybe something I wanted to work on with Leslie and Andrea that follows up on the action we took about the tribal relationships.
Yes.
A lot of organizations are acknowledging the land which they own and its historical relationship to tribes, both past and current and ongoing. And we own a lot of land in a lot of different places, but it would be a good thing for us to consider doing, I think, as part of our regular meetings, and another way for us to learn more about our region and the tribe's roles in all of them. And so if you're okay with that, I'd like to work on that with Leslie and Andrea.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. That'd be great. I'm particularly concerned about that because we tend to have activities along the levees, whether it's maintenance activities or projects or whatever. And heretofore, we've obviously solicited input, but we haven't gone the next step with the tribes and involved them particularly. And I know there's along the Sacramento River down in the pocket area as it goes down into, as the river goes down into the Delta, there's an awful lot of land owned by the tribes there. So we need to. I don't exactly know what we're going to do here, but we're certainly going to have to abide by those new regulations.
Yeah, and I think this will just be a way for us to acknowledge that in a proactive way and at the beginning and on a regular basis. So I think it would just help us try to approach that in a way that we could hopefully navigate quickly, and then we could, begin those discussions.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Okay, we're on 14, and remember, we're going to recess to a closed session on another platform, and I'm assuming the board has the link on that. Leslie will come back. We're going to leave this meeting open. We'll come back to the meeting and close it off with Ryan with the specific date, and there won't be any action, I don't assume, coming out of the closed session, but she'll note that if there is any. So without objection, we'll recess this meeting to a closed session. The time.
2:57. Brian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Leslie.
Okay, back on. The board is out of closed session. There is no reportable action, and Board President Edgar closed the meeting at 2:57.